So, including adding a new player today here, we are in kind of a uh, middle ground point with this campaign. I'm going to offer a few opportunities to perhaps gain like a little bit more inspiration here, is I want to try to gather some input from the old players here as well, where you're coming from. And instead of me doing a long kind of recap to bring Alexander into this moment, I want to see where you all are at, to kind of figure out like where you all are seeing the campaign currently. So, would somebody like to tell? All right, in hindsight, as I think about this, I feel like I'm about to call out Justin. Would somebody like to recap the 10 towns portion? Like I guess realistically, all three of you should still at least understand the general idea of the kind of beginning of this campaign, what brought about the initial kind of call to action, what is the main problem that is happening to the people of 10 towns.
Yeah, so Brannik joined the party in Goodmead. I believe that's maybe also when Valixis joined. I could be wrong about that. Um, but
Yeah, I think
essentially,
you
this
both are that same time.
so essentially, Brannik joined the party after Carvath, who was my previous character, decided that he was going to retire. He won the election to become the new town speaker of Goodmead, which is one of the 10 towns. But I guess the main issue that we have been investigating is that, in addition to sort of their own kind of individual problems that each of the towns has, the this entire area has been essentially stuck in an endless night, almost like a endless winter, endless night. Um, Even more so than usual, given how uh, northerly it is. Um, which has been caused by uh, Oral, who is a goddess of winter, the goddess of night, I believe. And it's been years. And so I guess the primary uh, goal of the party is to try to learn if there's a way to reverse it or to stop her. Um, in in furtherance of that goal, we have investigated. We had gone north to investigate a place called the Black Cabin, where a someone else had been investigating ways to try to do this. We discovered a device that had been sort of partially built. We managed to complete the building of it, and it seemed to temporarily, essentially, do away with the Oral's curse, but in a very limited area and only for a very limited time. And this device is powered by something called Chardolin, which is like a black, almost kind of like crystalline type of stone. Um, but it is kind of seems to be rare. It's difficult to find, and creating a device large enough to sort of affect the entire area would be essentially impossible given the materials involved. We've also now just come back from investigating a place called the Lost Spire, which seems to be an ancient Netherese, um, not fortress, but a tower that apparently had crashed to the ground at some point. While investigating inside there, we found a number of found some some old Netherese books. We found a essentially a wizard's simulacrum, who we with the using the power inside the Netherese tower were able to essentially transform into a human by the name of crap. I'm blanking now. Drizon. No, it doesn't.
Jason.
Dzaan. Thank you. Yeah. Um, and we've heard some other some other rumors recently about a comet that had crashed to the south of the 10 towns. um, there are still sort of some individual problems within the 10 towns that we had not we've been able to help some of the towns but not all of them. And as kind of the news of our help spread, the towns that we haven't helped, it seems at least some of them have essentially decided that we are no good. um, yeah, so I'm sure I'm leaving a lot out. So, Don or Rashad, if you have stuff to add.
Only the fact that, as far as like the land at Icewind Dale and the towns that we've been dealing with, it's bleak and people are struggling to survive. And if they're not dead today, they think they'll be dead tomorrow. Nobody's really rolling out the welcome wagon. It's especially out in the wilderness. It is very dangerous. Um, you know, don't turn your back on anybody. It's just a bleak situation all around for the people who are inhabiting these lands.
Yeah, and it seems like people that aren't in the towns are kind of either going after the towns or vice versa. So it it kind of seems like there's a internal struggle between the people of the town and those that live in the wilderness as well.
And I think we've seen a number of different groups that seem to have been driven from the Reged Glacier. It seems that there we've met kobolds and these bugbears most recently, um, and it seems they've been uh, maybe driven from the glacier in search of food, given the given the dangerous circumstances. There are also the roaming the barbarian tribes from the near the glacier and the plains, I guess, or tundra surrounding it.
The mountain
Does,
dwarves and the Duragar. The
does
mountain dwarves and the
anybody
evil dwarves.
does anybody remember how long this has been going on? The Eternal Night.
Isn't it like 7 years or something like that?
Yeah, I wanted to say like 3 or 4 years.
Rashad, any thoughts?
I'm actually trying to remember.
Gotcha. So at present, it is perfectly acceptable for you all to understand it is between 3 and 7 years that this has been happening for. Effectively, it's like 2 to 3 years, but I like the idea of not correcting you guys on that one. This is multiple years. This has been affecting people. We all know the effect that having months of darkness and limited light can be. Does anybody remember what sort of light they do have across each given day?
They got the Aurora Borealis that comes out
And
at evening.
what other kind of light?
and you like
There's
to make ourselves.
hasn't Oral been seen across the skies?
Auril indeed does cast the spell across the sky. She is seen every single night casting the spell. But the
And there is, I
moon.
guess,
That's
moonlight. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. The main sources of light in this place are moonlight, which is phased, and then the actual aurora across the actual daytimes. So it is effectively either like a colorful kind of spectacle of light that is a very dim light, or it is the very dim light of the moon reflecting the light of the sun. Does anybody remember uh, like any of the characteristics of Oral as a deity? What have you all learned about Oral in the course of this adventure?
So there are those who worship her, either primarily probably out of fear. We know that there are uh, cults or a cult of oral that sacrifices are made in a number of the 10 towns, seemingly on a monthly basis, hoping to kind of essentially propitiate her and avoid the worst of these effects.
Do you remember the three sacrifices?
Fuel or like wood, or heat. Uh, People, I think people have been sacrificed, essentially like a lottery type of system.
And one
A
more.
blanking on the last one.
So, offhand, when you think about fuel in an Arctic situation, what are those two things that they're sacrificing? If you had to give it one word, what they sacrifice to represent those two things, fuel and humans.
Souls and
One word. Is souls your one word?
yeah,
That works. They have to sacrifice life. They sacrifice food, fire, and life. She is a god of. Do you guys remember what her original realm was?
I believe she was a goddess of night and winter.
Yes. Do you? Ooh, I feel like you guys may have only heard this one time. Do you remember kind of the things she kind of raises up and appreciates most from her followers? She likes the slow, lonely death of isolation. She is a night goddess. She is the goddess of winter, and she is the goddess of essentially like lonely death. Um, so, does anybody remember how she flies across the sky at any given time? Gotcha.
I thought she had
So that's
a chariot.
something similar to that. She certainly does fly across the sky. It is not a chariot in particular, but um, so, in general, that is one of the initial things that has come up. Don Jinbao has kind of, I think he was the one to mention a few of the other more recent problems with the Durgar and the dwarves. Can you recap a little bit about what you remember with this conflict of the Durgar and the dwarves?
Uh, just that the mountain dwarves consider them aberrations and evil, and I guess they consider them to be mortal enemies. I don't remember the beginning of the conflict, but I know they're in opposition.
Why do you say it like that? How about if I provoke you with that? Can you like recap why it is that you would say it like that?
Because when we encountered the band of the
You're on point. Keep going.
yeah, I'm trying to look at my notes. It was the steel bottom dwarves. I can't remember exactly the name.
You don't have to have the name right now, but what were they? They were dwarves.
Yeah,
And what happened?
they were mountain dwarves, and they approached the party while I was on watch. And after a tense moment of could be friends, could be enemies, when I recounted the recent story of our encounter in East Haven on the ship when we encountered the Duragars and slayed them, they instantly became our friends and wanted to start drinking instead of fighting.
Yes, so that's definitely a huge aspect of that encounter, was that something that was a dangerous moment in time was very quickly diffused by the very notion that Durgar were something that you knew about. And that was one of those things that should kind of stick in everybody's minds, is that that issue was solved simply by them understanding that you knew about Durgar. And that should be a big red flag kind of thing, where that was kind of back of this campaign. It has been a regular kind of occurrence that you all have met Durgar situations at different points. I think realistically, with the death of Luther, that was kind of like the last of the actual like threads that pervaded through all of those happenings. But it makes it no less a part of what everybody as group members and having spent time with him would have dealt with, was those dangers of the Durgar. From what you all have picked up about why the Durgar are here, why they are above the surface, does anybody have anything that they can recall? And this is again probably more for Justin than perhaps Brannik. Do you remember any of the initial things that were going missing in Velixis was there for that actually as well. Were going missing in Kerkonik.
Oh, yeah, so there were, I think, some goats had been stolen. A the lantern from outside of like the Lucky Lantern or some tavern. Um, Seeming like a almost like a random assortment of at least it seemed to us at the time, so a kind of random assortment of items.
Do you remember how long they described those thieves being in town? And do you remember how much they had lost?
It's, it's, it was quite a bit. I want to say. Are you asking for like the specific number of each item, or
In general, part of what I was getting at is the Durgar were in Kerkonig on a regular basis, pretty much every single night. They were going through that town in a very systematic way and stealing very little. Next to nothing was ever taken. And you guys have kind of picked up on little things on what is. I mean, you all vaguely understand what Chardolin is. Have you made the connection at this point that that is what the Durgar is? Because that might be a failing in my part if you all don't understand at this point that the Chardolin is what the Durgar have been going after.
Yeah, well, I mean, dwarves, rocks. It's they're the underground ones, so it made sense.
Yeah, I hadn't really. Yeah, I definitely had not picked up on that.
Yeah, so that's part of why I wanted to do this kind of like little recap here, is to actually see if you all were starting to recognize. Do you remember the other town in which you all have found the Durgar searching or present?
East Haven at the ferry, right? And then there were also the Duergar outside of Caer Koenig in that uh, fortress, or that they had seemingly. I think we knew that it seemed to be new construction, and we had attempted to kind of get closer to that, and with bad consequences when they sent out some. Um, I don't know if they were undead or like sort of
plant
sort of like
creatures?
thralls creatures. Yeah.
It was weird, and so the plant they sent out all the plant creatures. The third guy from the fortress ran to them in the town on the boat, and honestly, I guess one to the characters it seems random. Honestly, to me, it feels like they're preparing for a ritual, or it just. I guess the items seem random, but it kind of feels like they're preparing. Like yes, they're going after something, but it also feels like they're preparing for some sort of ritual or something. Because like for them to go through the town systematically like that, it means that they already. It feels like they already knew where everything was, so they were there for quite a while.
Yeah, so those are certainly some of the bigger things at this point. What you all know about Oral, the time frame of how long 10 Towns has been effectively under her control. The occurrence of these dwarves is kind of one of the things that more or less kind of unifies some of the actual randomness of what's been happening. What are There's a hard way of discussing that one. Have you. What do you all have to say or to recall about some of the animals that you've been encountering in this land? Is there
Well, we
anything special or.
they
Go
were.
ahead.
I think we were told to stay away from the elk herds.
I believe we've also come across numerous examples of animals that seem to have an almost like preternatural intelligence to them, like the winter wolves that have been threatening near Dugan's Hole, I believe. But also, I think we've heard rumors of other creatures that have been like um, attacking or harassing certain other towns that seem to be kind of more than acting unnaturally. Yes.
Let me first revisit. What were you thinking about the elk herd, Don?
When we were at, I thought when we camped when Johann bought it, or the encounter with the dwarves, somebody was talking about an elk herd.
Yeah, at some point I just gave you guys foreknowledge that if you wanted to get into an elk herd, you could do that. It was in particular like one of those things. This is an optional encounter. You could go battle these elk, or you could not. But there was effectively an elk herd, and you guys had the option. I think that was more a reward for actually treating with those people more than there was anything like saying like don't hurt the elks. It was more like this is kind of a boon that you can gain by discussing instead of just always assuming combat. Was then that they kind of gave you that forewarning of the elk.
Yeah, and there's like the moose, the white moose in the Lonely Wood that's been harassing attacking people, the wolves. And I don't know if did this party learn about the I don't know, like the sea creature, or was that different group?
I think that would have been isolated from the actual kind of reboot. Um, so I think this group, I don't think this group has even gone too far into Lonelywood either and like hunted the moose, right?
We tried tracking a moose while we were on the way to the black cabin. We didn't end up finding the white moose though.
Yeah, so that's another one of those moments where there are certain things where I think some of the choices of the group has led you all in places where you don't necessarily get too much more information than that. So there's little bits of kind of like threads there for some of the actual um, happenings with some of the less natural of the animals in this land. But those are kind of like a few of the threads currently kind of going through things. Everybody does have the party notes. This is kind of what the group itself really knows and understands right now. Justin did mention that you effectively have some sort of a clue as to some happening with the Knolls, effectively to the east of East Haven. Um, which I guess kind of treating on the Durgar idea. If you guys have encountered Durgar in Caer and in East Haven, that is a clue that they are coming from somewhere to the east. They are the two most eastern of the cities of this town. The only other town that is remotely east like them is Caer Dinnenval, which is effectively connected between those two. You can't just cross Lake Dineshire and get right to Caer Koenig. It's probably close to freezing over enough that you could land a bridge, walk straight to it. But effectively, East Haven and Caer Koenig are the first of the 10 towns to the east. And what is to the east of the 10 towns is the spine of the world. So that's one of the other kind of big things that is going on right now, I think, with this group, is those recognitions. And that's where I think we have effectively your hunters kind of told you vaguely where the knoll threat was. And I think that's that southeastern little beacon. You all are leaving the kind of northeastern little beacon where the Lost Spire of the Netheril was. That again is kind of the knoll one there, just being pinged. And then I think you kind of have the understanding that the crashed comet is essentially the southern one, kind of south of Dugan's Hole there. So those are kind of the big things that you all currently have going on with what you understand, with what you kind of know, and in general, what is kind of happening within 10 towns. Um, in general, I'd like to give you all the opportunity to restart with kind of the same like we kind of casually finished with those bugbears from last time. If you all had any other questions to effectively put toward the bugbear shaman, I'd have to go back. I think his name was like Jinkael.
Like Zeljiak or something like that. Yeah.
It had way too few. Yeah, Zelajak. I feel like that J is definitely an I in that name. Zeljaka. Zelish. I don't even remember how I said it that day.
Zelinka, I think it was.
But effectively, if you guys had any other questions, I am perfectly fine letting you all start back up with the Bugbear Shaman on your way back towards Caer Koenig. But for what it is worth, I am going to say we are going to pick back up with you all effectively nearing wherever you come back into 10 towns. And we are going to have your meeting with Alexander be at that point where you basically have enough of a renown in the 10 towns that you are the heroes of this land. When he comes into 10 towns seeking kind of his quest of helping, everybody is going to point him towards these heroes who have been doing all of the helping for them. And it's going to lead you all together. So, on some level, if you would like to ask any more questions of the bugbear, I don't want to say no to that, but we're going to pick up with the actual story in a full sense, basically, with you all getting back to 10 towns and a fortuitous meeting with this paladin Alexander, who has been searching for you. Did you all have any other questions for your bugbear friend before leaving? Um, yeah, I think that's kind of where we're going to pick up, like full force.
Yeah, so I think we discussed it last week, but you said like if we asked about the Field Guardian, they'd have no information on that. I think we've already asked about the barbarians and the what they call the cackling ones, which I think we understand are probably the gnolls who have driven them. Kind of why they're wandering the tundra, kind of been driven from their own lands. Um, I couldn't really think of any other questions to ask them, but I don't know if Jinbao or Valixis does.
No, I couldn't think of anything either. And I
Yeah.
pissed him off the last time I talked to him, so I'm keeping quiet.
See, now I wish I had been able to make it just to see you piss off the bugbears.
Yeah, I think we would give them. We've exchanged gifts, right? So I think Jinbao, you got the figurine like the bear figurine?
No, he gave it to you.
Yeah, it was whoever was going to give him one of your items, and I feel like it was Brannik who did it.
Yeah,
Um,
you gave him the sculpture, the ice sculpture.
yeah.
Oh, right,
Um,
yeah.
by now you would be attuned to that, to where you would know that. Oh, did I actually add it? I feel like I might have forgotten to add that to you. That is obviously a magical item. It is a ivory goat's figurine of wondrous power, and it is the traveling goat.
Nice.
So when you go to add that to your character, it is important to recognize that that is the traveling goat. Effectively, I think the traveling goat is a riding horse. But when you go to add it, you should gain more information on that. And then you guys can kind of decide. I think that is certainly more of kind of a group item than it really helps any given one person. But you can kind of also decide who might kind of control that item at any given point.
Yeah, it looks
But
like I. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
nope, go ahead.
I was saying, it looks like I added a ivory bear figurine. I'll remove that and just add the goat, and then make a note.
I
It's
think
the
I
travel.
flavored it as that for a name to give it because they had referenced themselves as that bear name. That was kind of in the breakdown of the communication. The magic item, as far as it exists in D&D, is the ivory goat of traveling. But I like the idea that that in particular was basically a bear bead that this bugbear had like on its dreadlocks.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then again, part of how I really like to do things is to just kind of smash you together and get the group actually moving forward than necessarily having to go through a big thing of like welcoming Alexander in and like going over kind of like those awkward moments of like talking about the weather and things. But in the long run, you guys are welcome to do what you would like to do. But if you were heading back towards Ten Towns, what Ten Town were you all heading towards?
I guess it would. I mean, we had come from East Haven, but our reception there had been less than warm, so it might make sense to, or maybe on the way back, decide to head to Koenig instead. I don't know. On what
Yeah,
Rochelle, what do
Yeah,
you
I
think?
think it's
we
as
didn't
far
like
as
East
that
Haven.
first day as far as that first day's travel goes, there's no reason for it to really be terribly distinguishing either which direction you were going. I just had you guys generically traveling, because effectively you're so far north, you can easily like go to the coast of Lake Dineshire and then head south to East Haven, or you could go north and cross the Caer Koenig. But if the unwelcome welcome into East Haven is enough to push you towards Caer Koenig, we will push you all in that direction, and kind of let you all picking up on the outskirts of Caer Koenig.
We had a slightly better reputation in Koenig, Brannik.
Yeah, Koenig makes sense. I think. Yeah.
Because I think as we approach the city gates, Jimbao would lean over and suggest that everybody get equipped with climber's gear, and maybe there's some basic party survival skills that we could use to help us deal with the inclement geography. You know, a local fish. You know, any basic skills that can help us both individually and as a party to learn some survival skills.
I mean, you guys have to take downtime if you're trying to learn survival. You can purchase items that allow you to go fishing, but that's not the same as like you can just stop and learn survival overnight. You have to take downtime.
But looks at the
Well, I think if we're doing it, now would be a good time to do it while we're getting on board. I mean, that's just, I don't know if that was a possibility as, DM wise or not.
Yeah, in general, one, let me know that stuff ahead of time, and I can always talk to you about things like that. When you're planning on doing something like that, discuss it with the group and in public. But yeah, you guys can definitely take downtime to start to learn certain things. Um, but in the long run, like those are definitely downtime activities to attempt to gain survival skills.
Gotcha.
Yeah, at the very least, though, I agree. We should maybe pick up some more climbing kits.
yeah, but looks
Yes.
at this as well. She also wants to check a library to see for any books regarding ancient creatures or gods. She wants to research a name.
Again, that's one of those things. Let me know that stuff ahead of time so we can actually talk about it and I can prepare those things. But the only place you've really met any sort of sage in 10 towns has been in Bryn Shindar. I can look up his name in a second here, but as you all are coming to the outskirts of Caer Konig, this is a city that is along the coast of the lake. The city is in three different kind of layers of almost like stepped progression up from the actual water. You can see next to the mountain of Kelvin's Cairn behind it the ruins of the old Caer, which is the castle. And I posted a picture of the ruined castle in Discord for you all to take a look at there. The ruins of the Caer are on kind of like the northwestern side of the city. The town hall or the speaker's house is built very close to that. If you all are coming from the northeast, you are going to walk into town vaguely between like the Northern Lights and Frozen Far Expedition. If everybody has in mind to gain things like climbing gear and whatnot, Frozen Far is among one of the only places that you can actually acquire a lot of that gear, and they're very much specialized in it. So that would be a stopping point for you all. This town in general has probably about like 40% or so of the actual houses seem to be smoking, that like somebody lives inside and actually keeps the house warm, but is otherwise like pretty well shut off. But you can walk into town from that northeast and make your decision whether you want to go straight to a inn or straight to something like Frozen Far Expeditions. And at this point, for Alexander, I would say you are welcome to just be with the group, or you can introduce yourself as they are walking up to the city here.
Probably, I would probably do it as they see me, wait for their reaction, and then let the conversation develop organically.
So go ahead and describe what you look like. And in general, everybody wears cold weather clothing. So this is pretty much like if you are X amount tall and what kind of weapons are not hidden inside of your cold weather clothing. Because everybody otherwise looks very much like a figure just kind of wearing like sheep and deer hide clothing. There's very little to the outside life in this land other than simply being bundled up so you don't die, because it is usually during the daytime like negative 40 degrees, where Fahrenheit and Celsius converge to the same numbers. There's usually about 20 to 30-mile-an-hour winds coming out of the northeast, and there is almost always snow in the air, whether it is fresh falling snow or not. Blizzards are more or less the regular.
Okay, as they're coming in, they're walking in the ruins. directing the
The
city.
actual care that this city is named after is on the western side of the city. So they would be coming from the east. You all would be basically between the Northern Light and the Frozen Far expeditions.
Okay, so as they see me while entering the city, they see a man with a furry man with his helmet on and a belt that has a backpack attached to the top of it, and to the bottom you see a sword and a shield on my back. And they see a man with golden hair, brown eyes, looks broad-shouldered and sort of a hardy-looking man, very much human-looking.
How tall are you?
6 feet,
Gotcha.
6 feet
So
tall.
again,
Yeah,
most of
about
your
200 pounds.
characteristics are covered up inside of this. Otherwise, your flesh would freeze a little bit too quickly here. Like stepping out into the wild is dangerous here. That was part of what Liu Jinpao was trying to get at. Is being outside is deadly. It is brave to step foot outside. Um, Pretty much any given person in this place will freeze, and you will start to have your flesh turn to ice and die by spending enough time outside. So can't actually share this picture. I think I'll have to drop one into Discord here because it's not sharing in Roll20. But while
And
you all are walking up, would Brannik, Jinbao, or Valixis like to describe their? Oh, I do have the guy kind of dropped a little bit on the screen. But would any
uh,
of you three like to describe your?
go ahead.
Well, I think that's the thing. If we're outside, everybody's indistinguishable from anybody else. So I think realistically, if we're coming in from a travel, the first place we would go is to the tavern or the inn for food, respite from the cold, and it would be more organic to set it
I don't
there.
disagree, but part of why there are still things. His shield and his sword say a lot about who his character is. Brannik and Valixis are not walking around with any sort of open weaponry. Lucian Bao probably has weaponry that is accessible. Otherwise, when a fight starts in the cold, you can't get to those weapons. So, on some level, there are still very telling things that say these people are adventurers, not simply fishermen.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think assuming that Alexander has heard about our party, he would probably, I would think the fact that Felixis is much shorter would be something that would stand out to him, that would let him recognize that we're the people he's looking for.
And that's part of why I like these first impressions because, like 2.5 foot, 3 foot figure looks like a child. One who's walking with like a staff and a sword would kind of fit into the myth of Liu Bao, and the other one would fit into Brannik. Um, and probably the thing that would be missing is looking for signs of Luther and the Cleric of Tempest. But in the long run, like those are kind of the things that's all I'm really looking for is to get this first initial idea. But again, part of what I say on almost any introduction is you guys can skip over just as much of that initial introduction as you'd like. I'd rather get into the actual role playing that has you all like moving forward.
Yeah, so I think, Brannik, you would see, looks to be about 6 feet tall as well. Um, like everybody bundled up, backpack. You'll see, kind of on the outside, you'll see a pair of daggers on his belt, a couple different like pouches and things, but otherwise no other visible weapons or anything like that. Um, yeah, that's probably about what you'd see.
You do see my belt outside of the furry coat, and then also you see a helmet, and then sort of the hat protruding outside of the helmet.
Jinbao would be dressed up in the survival gear. You would see a long sword on his back, as well as a long bow and a quiver of arrows.
Delicious and her survivor gear, you would just notice kind of like, well, since she has the hood up for her survivor gear right now, you kind of just notice the snout sticking out, and she's walking with her book and pressed against her chest, holding it with both hands.
The paladin
Uh,
doesn't have any quiver of arrows. What he sees is s- some javelins sticking out that at the end of them look like arrows, but they're definitely in a quiver.
and then beyond this group of three individuals, you would see another group kind of following shortly behind, where you see a figure who has a tall gray, like steepled hat, kind of like popping up over his head, and he seems to be struggling to keep it on in the wind. But this figure seems to be probably about around like a 5 foot or so human who's on the verge of being wider around than he is tall, and especially in his cold weather clothing. And then directly beside him, you see an incredibly lanky, thin figure who, the closer they get to you, you see they entirely lack flesh on their skin and seem to be bones and armor, and they are walking beside this kind of a wide figured human and seem to be almost helping him along, like with an arm under his arm, kind of like carrying him and helping him step by step.
Paladin seems to remember prophecy of three. Is it three other people or four other people?
You would know of four people basically being this group that you're looking for.
So there was three people, human looking, and then one looks short, almost like a dwarf, but it's not clear in his vision exactly what they look like. But if you were to guess, you're thinking maybe these are the people. The belt he has around him, he has a belt outside of his fur, thick uh, hide fur. It acts as a warm, a very cold weather coat.
Yeah, I think. Oh, go ahead, Don.
I was going to say Jim Bao would call out, not call out to him, but as they're passing, nod and say, "Well met, traveler."
Okay, so out of character, they went up to me suddenly.
Not no, just as we're passing by or coming up, I would make eye contact and say, "Well met, traveler."
And what would your name be? Have we met before?
We have not. My name is Lu Bao.
Oh, you're the And I pause. I had a vision about you. You were a shorter, stout person. Almost looked like you were trained in martial feats, as he would say, sort of in that terminology.
It is true. I study the ways of the monks, seeking enlightenment and balance in the world.
Ah, you have visions too. And Brannik would like seeing the sword and the shield, kind of signifying that this is somebody who knows how to take care of themselves as well. And seeing the interaction with between Alexander and Lucian Bao would kind of gesture over towards the Northern Light, that building, and we were now that we're just coming back into town, we were planning on grabbing a drink. Perhaps you'd like to join us. I'm Brannik. by the way.
It would need to be some hot water, something very warm. Um, as you see, out of character, as you see, he has gloves on and stuff like that. But he has an adjustable hat that he can put that will go farther down on his face. But he says, "Why don't we talk inside?"
I
To
think
the
that's a splendid idea.
first round's on me.
Hey, I'd be happy to talk to you to see what we all have in common here.
What was your name?
My name is Alexander of Charlemagne. I'm a paladin, a holy warrior, if you will.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Alexander. Come.
Okay,
It's been a long journey for us. Let's get inside where it's warm and out of this damn cold.
I think that would be very prudent. Let's do that. And I follow you inside of the tavern.
Agreed. I don't want to stand out here much longer.
So within a few moments of heading into the tavern, you are going to see a young woman, probably about like late 20s, maybe early 30s, who very quickly kind of like runs forward from this back area of the tavern, kind of a door that's almost directly in front of you. And she very quickly kind of yells to everyone to get the door shut behind you. And then kind of noticing some of the faces, you'll see a little bit of pause on her face before she kind of looks around and seems to be looking for more people with this idea of shutting the door, kind of getting lost. She's just going to, welcome, close. Are you, you're, you had other friends with you? And then eventually seeing the actual undead creature is going to pause and kind of stumble backward and just kind of like looking to you all. Do you see that creature?
I assure you, Crintus means you no harm.
Well, he won't
Oh,
harm you, anyways.
Yeah, it's
welcome.
fine.
And kind of like looking back around to everybody, stopping quickly with Brannik, Velixis. I'm Ali. I'm Ali, as she looks to the others. Please ask if you need anything. Would you... What can I serve you?
I don't think a bit of food would be remiss, and I believe, and Brannick kind of gesturing towards Jinbao, mention of a round of drinks was made.
Odin pipes in and says, "I'll just take some hot tea, if you will."
We can do an evergreen tea, and she's just gonna kind of look over her shoulder and just yells out, Corey, start the water, prepare some food. And she's just gonna count you all real quick and just kind of call out the number. I think at present we're looking at 5 meals basically, and she'll kind of call that out. And she'll kind of look to like the southern, like southeastern corner, and adds like one to the number as she kind of like looks over her chest, her shoulder again. And you'll kind of see that there is a slumped over man who's kind of like drunk and almost sleeping in the corner. And again, I think Velixis and Brannick would recognize that this is Corey, or this is Ali Shorard. Her sister is the one she yelled to in the back, which is Corey Shorard. And then the person that you see in the corner is the town speaker of tongue twisters, Koenig.
Right. And about what time of day is it when we would have gotten back?
Let's put it vaguely kind of midday-ish here. Maybe a little bit early in the day. But it is roughly around like midday. Again, nobody really has any sort of ability to kind of tell that time at all. You just have like almost like the weight of the day on your muscles to tell you when you expect the sun kind of setting to occur.
Felix kind of just removes her hood and sits down and stretches for right now.
So while you all have a few moments here to kind of gather yourselves in more or less this empty tavern, uh, Ali is going to be kind of quick in and out of the back, bringing out some more cups and kind of setting a table around you, but is more or less silently kind of serving you all before you will hear the whistle of some water boiling, where she will come out with tea. Uh, Eventually, she will bring out some ale, and she's going to pour it, and it's gonna be a very weak mead. At this point here, it is probably more water than it is alcohol, but it still tastes vaguely of the good mead variety.
Felix says no thank you to me. She prefers to stick to tea. She tries not to get drunk. She can't handle it no matter how little it is.
So Brannik will he'll take a drink and kind of trying to hide his kind of disappointment as he senses kind of how weak it is before turning to Alexander. And Alexander, was it might I ask what brings you to this frozen hellscape?
Well,
Doesn't be the most accurate term.
it's quite a long story. I was tasked by my god Tyr. Maybe you've heard of him.
The name rings a bell.
Well, I come from a land called the land of Charlemagne. It's a lost land. People forgot about the land, and I was shown in a vision, come here through my god. And I actually took a boat. It went through the sea. I think they call it the Ice Dagger Sea. Out of character. It's I forgot what it's called. It's way to the west.
Sea of
That
Grinding
sea.
Ice.
Yeah, that over there. And I was over here tasked on a quest to aid some adventurers. Me just being a new paladin was sent on a holy quest and here on faith. You can see he's a man of he doesn't like talking that much. He's more of a observant, a strong silent type.
Well, Brannick, it seems we finally have something good happen to us in this frozen hellscape.
He says I originally met up with some caravan people in a caravan from there, and met up with some people who made their way over to the city. And I went by the grace of and their kindness, and they brought me over here, figuring that they were doing a good deed. They brought me over here.
You
They
have
are
the
trained.
you have the look of a competent and formidable warrior. We could use an ally such as yourselves on our quest as well.
I wouldn't mind having you aboard. Felix states as he reaches across to shake his hand.
Paladin goes to take a bow instead of shaking your hand. He says, "I appreciate the flattery, but my real competency will be tested in battle."
Yes, well, whoever you got here, I'm glad you found us, as Jinban Alexis say. It certainly appears you know how to handle yourself, and that's a welcome skill.
Yes, well, I can appear as very hard or rough around the edges, but I'm a holy warrior at heart.
Well, this land will test you on a daily basis. Every
Yes,
day
man.
is a struggle for survival.
Yes,
I
I
think.
don't mean to. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I don't mean to alarm you, but we've met a few holy warrior types, and I'm afraid they've met not the best ends. I'm sure your experience will be much different.
I'm as experienced as I possibly can be at my age. And I have kind of a corny laugh to me.
A good death is its own reward, and if you should fall, I will sing your song in remembrance.
Let's avoid the death. I prefer we avoid the death part.
Paladin
Yeah,
says, I concur. We should think positively. We will
yes,
get through this. My
life is
God
for
will
the
aid me
living.
in it.
Krentos looks across the table. Death will find you all.
Well, not for quite some time, if I can help it.
And definitely not today. Another round.
And it kind of looks like death did find you, but you're still fighting it. I mean, you're sitting here with us right now.
It is the fate of all of us to meet our ends. And you, as much as many others, would understand that powerful magic can keep death at bay. In matters. And you'll see as it kind of like looks over towards the paladin. I don't think anybody would be surprised to recognize that an undead warrior has very little joy in meeting a paladin that is so warmly welcomed into this group that he's been traveling with for these last like 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, I was wondering why the paladin didn't do something upon sight.
I think he didn't realize because you had clothing on that you were undead. And because you're acting as if you weren't evil, he didn't detect it.
No, this is the one that I was describing. Like you would have seen right away. It is walking bones and armor. But it was the one that has been helping Dzaan travel. It's been holding up his arm. As far as doing the detect evil or whatever, I don't think there's any reason for you to do it because it was very clearly an undead creature in front of you.
Well, you also had like some sort of warm like clothing on, right? Covering it.
Oh no, Kazan has nothing on because he is dead. He has no need for warm weather gear. But there's two different NPCs who are currently traveling with this group right now. An undead creature, which is just bones and armor, and then the actual wizard who it is helping like kind of walk at this point, who is the like fat wizard who is as wide as he is tall.
Yeah, I didn't actually realize we were still traveling with them.
Yeah, I think you were kind of like escorting them back towards town.
Yeah, but I wasn't planning on drinking with him, and the son was all about his spell book and uh, the end. Well, the undead warrior. It's not exactly like I'm going to ask him to come have a drink.
Yeah, I think Brannik had told Dasan that he could. I think Dasan had asked about a spare spell book, and Brannik had said that he could. He didn't have one for him, but he could maybe tell him where he might be able to pick one up. Actually, in that wizard's place in Bryn Shander, I'm blanking on the name. I think it started with an A, but and then yeah, Brannick's also not sure. Like, does Brentus actually like eat or drink anything? Probably not.
Nope. Over the last few days of travel, he would not eat or drink. He doesn't sleep. He's been there just at Dzaan's side this whole time.
But I think
As far as them leaving you all, he's not necessarily delaying his ability to go get a spell book. You guys have been traveling across the tundra. This is the first town that you've come to. So if you want to not sit with them, that is perfectly fine. But when you guys don't necessarily treat with it, you are definitely still traveling with them.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking we'd be traveling with them at least until we got back to civilization or to the 10 towns, and then maybe they would go on their way after that. But you know,
Yeah. Looks like Akalos is the wizard, and that would be the same one that you would want to talk to with Belixis as well.
I think the paladin is just observing the undead guy. So if he doesn't do anything wrong, he won't act. You know what I mean? He's
Yeah, I
more
mean,
careful.
Jimbo was definitely not offering a roundup for the undead warrior and Dasan. I mean, Dasan doesn't strike me as the kind of fellow who's like, "Oh yeah, let's go get a drink, guys."
well, he's newly human. One of the pleasures of being alive is having a drink now and then.
I would have suggested we leave the undead warrior outside.
How did it
And
not
he's
come up when I said with Corey that she looks at the undead creature and like, do you guys see that? Like nothing
Well,
from
at
you?
that point, it was
In
too
all
late.
honesty, it slipped my mind because I mean he's an ally, so I wasn't like sure she was talking about him. I thought she may have been talking about someone else.
Well, I mean,
Kind of
assuming
saying nothing about
We've
it.
got enough pull. We got enough pull, right?
if undead is a race, like we don't want to be racist, right? He's not going to bother anybody.
All right, and for the sake of inclusivity, have a drink, Hassan. It's been a long journey, and I'm sure you're hungry too.
Krintas is just as human as looks around most of you.
paladin looks around the table. I assume everybody's at the same table, right?
Well, at this
Yeah,
point, I feel like you guys are probably not at that table. Right now, I got Dzaan and Krintas at the table in like the southwestern position, but I get the feeling that at this point, the four of you guys are sitting somewhere else.
Brannik has no problem with sitting with Desan and Krintis.
Right. Why are our friends sitting separate from us? That's hurtful.
Well, I'm sitting with Mara and Brannik.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know we had to choose our table.
Nobody knows where they're sitting. We all just came in and sat somewhere. Everybody's sitting on the floor right
That would
now.
have made sense. We all sat at the same table.
Yeah, that was my impression as well.
So
Let's take the big one up in the right corner.
sounds good. So all of us sit down, and as all of us sit, as I as I go over there and sit down at the big table, I guess as we sit down, I ask you guys, what are you guys' talents? Are any of you good? Any of you guys good with a bow, or what weapons are you good with?
Oh, I don't use weapons. I mean, if I do, it's probably something I made out of magic, and I'm probably already putting it in you. But no, I'm a mage.
What kind of magic do you use?
Eh, all sorts. I'm still learning. But I prefer setting things on fire.
Fire would be useful around here, especially in the cold weather. Fire is very useful.
Yes, and he's quite good at it. Brannik will interject. I
Melissa mouse.
use I use it a bit on occasion myself, though not so skillfully as he.
Are you also a mage?
She, I should say. Sorry, Felixis is a she.
She, are you, Miss, are you also a mage?
Wait, that would be confusing there because that was Justin, who is Brannik, talking about Velixis. Velixis, the kobold, is a she.
Yeah, my bad. Brannik is male. Elixis is female. I don't know what
I
female
don't think
how
anybody's really sexed Velixis, and I don't think kobolds necessarily look different. Um, I'm not sure if Velixis has pronouns. That is up to Rashad to decide. But
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with that.
if it's anything like crocodiles and like alligators, you can't really tell on reptiles.
Valixis does not mind so long as you do not try to pet her or treat her like she is a common household pet. That is a quick and fast way to either lose your life or your hand, depending on how she feels about it.
Well, I turned to Brannik. I said, "What is your talent? What are you good at?"
well I do get visions from time to time. Nothing perhaps so detailed as the one you got from your god, but useful on occasion. Like like my friend Velixis here, I'm not much one for uh, fighting hand to hand, but I do know a few useful magical tricks.
And in magic, do you do? Do you do like divination, or do you like blockading attacks? I'm gonna use it in different terminology, by the way.
I know a bit of this and a bit of that. I suppose yes, some of the some of my skills. I had divination. Yes, that would yes.
Alexis, the human you are sitting next to is going to kind of like almost lean into you before like putting all of their weight on you and kind of stumbling over you, and they kind of cuddle you close, and you just hear a low, you're warm.
Paladin looks kind of like weirded out for a moment.
Yeah, Brannicle kind of looking towards the human. I wouldn't recommend that. She's not as cuddly as she might appear at first.
He's passed out. This guy is definitely not conscious.
Okay, can Valixis tell? Am I able to tell that he is passed out since he's so
That
close?
was the person I described to you. That is the town speaker that you know is town speaker Trovis, and he is always drunk. I don't think you've
Damn
actually
it!
sat down for a conversation with him, but you are currently sitting next to him right there.
Kind of just. See, this one I don't like alcohol. I stay away from it. And this one's passed out.
Do you have alcohol? Can I have a drink?
It's actually right over there, and Brannicle point to a table off on the
Nah,
floor.
nah, 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 nah. I think you've had enough. Why don't you go ahead and lay down right there, over there, take a nap. She just kind of points to into space. Go ahead and take a nap.
Brannik, are you making an illusion of alcohol?
No, Brannick. So Brannick was thinking like he was gonna kind of like try to not pick the guy up, but kind of like try to get him up and kind of pointing towards a table off in the distance and like nodding towards if Corey or Allie is available, not like nodding towards the table and was like, your drink is right over this way. Why don't you follow me? And kind of trying to bring him towards a different table and get him
All
sat
right.
down somewhere.
Part of what I was hoping that Rashad might understand is that right now Valixis is not sitting with Dzaan or Quintus. I'm not sure if you guys have decided that you are sitting at 3 different tables at this point, or where everybody is, because most of this is currently theater of the mind. But with the map that is in front of you, Velixis sat down at Trovis's table. But when you point him over to where the alcohol is, he's going to basically run through the table and stumble across this room before he kind of falls down on the table, kind of like more towards the center of the room. And you're just going to hear a little bit more snores as he ran out of energy. So at this point,
Like
Velixis, you are now sitting there alone.
I'm just gonna.
Where would we be coming in from? What part of the map?
The door is on the eastern side.
Yeah, because I don't see my token, so it's not even like I'm on the
Yeah,
board.
you guys have to drop your tokens if you want to be somewhere.
Yeah, I thought we kind of decided we were going to take this bigger northeastern table.
That's what I
That's why
thought
I was
too.
pointing it out. That's why I was pointing it out to Velixis, that Velixis was technically not sitting with you all.
I blame
Like I
Brannik and
said,
Jeremiah for not putting their tokens down, and I think one of them said we're going to sit in the right hand, on the bottom right hand corner, and
yeah,
just
I don't disagree with you, Rashad. Like they basically said, theater of the mind. They were taking the right hand table, and then basically left it at that.
Perhaps this table would be more suitable to a party of our size. Dzaan, care to join us?
You'll see as Dzaan does actually come with, and Krintas will be kind of carrying him over. Let me get an insight check from everybody here.
Remind me why he's being carried again.
Roll an insight check. Because the world goes on around you guys. So Brannik, you're really just not even noticing what's going on here. And can I get an insight from Alexander, please? Never mind. You don't need this. You don't really know him. At this point, Liu Bao, you're going to notice for the first time that not only is Dzaan being carried by Krintas, he has next to no weight on his own feet. And this has gotten worse and worse. And by the time he sits down here, it's almost like dropping a body onto the table or onto the seat. And you're just going to hear the thump of Dzaan kind of like slouching down into the seat before Krintas kind of sits beside him. And the two of them more or less go back about things, but it's going to be among the first times that you all really start to notice that Dzaan is appearing to be quite ill.
Dzaan, you do not look well at all. Why have you not mentioned this before now? Clearly, something is wrong.
I am feeling slow and out of it. Nothing really. I'm sure nothing's wrong.
Perhaps, Brannik, your or Velixis, your arcane knowledge would be more useful in this investigation. You do not look well at all.
Dzaan, I'm certainly no expert on the magic that brought you back, but is it possible it's wearing off, or when did you start feeling weaker, if I might ask.
Quintus is going to answer to you. He has been lagging more and more with these last few days of travel. Perhaps it is the distance away from the tower that weakens him. But Brannik, roll a Arcana for me, and you can have advantage. When you look at Dzaan, you are already seeing a translucency in his flesh that looks more like ice than it does like flesh. At this point, his skin almost looks like skin with a flashlight next to it, but somebody who has next to no pigmentation. So it's like that very translucent kind of glow that almost like pervades through his flesh, but it's as if there's next to nothing within his flesh.
Yeah, so seeing this, Brannik is thinking perhaps this whatever magic brought him back is temporary in nature, or perhaps it's tied somehow to the physical distance from the device that caused it. Um, Dizon, I hate to say it, but I think perhaps returning to the spire might be best for you.
Dzaan, didn't you say you needed the spell book to recopy your spells? Do you know if the spell that made you like this is in there?
It is beyond my knowledge. Only my creator, with his spellbook, would know.
I'd like to attempt to whisper something to Brannik without being noticed.
Without being noticed from everybody, or you're trying to just hide it from like Dazan or from Dazan and Kuntas? Like, what
Well,
is your not being noticed?
I just don't want to. I want to whisper something to him, but I'll act like I dropped. I don't know my knife or my fork
Gotcha.
or some
Sleight
shit.
of hand it. That you just want to speak to Brannik is fine. But that's what I'm getting at is, in general, I want as much detail about what you guys are trying to accomplish.
Yeah. So as I drop my knife and I pick it up, I whisper to Brannik, "What happens if he's not here to control Kristan?"
Let me still get the sleight of hand from you, though. Yeah, I think that seems like a pretty good way that you can kind of like push a knife to the edge and have it kind of like bump into Brannik. So as you kind of move down, you can almost like mutter this question towards him, like just kind of flinching towards the feel of this knife. And you can basically pass that idea of what happens with Krentos if Dzaan dies.
Yeah, Brannik kind of similarly trying to speak lowly to Jinbao. Will kind of give like try and give a very slight shake of his head. Wouldn't say it's the relationship between them is uh, beyond my understanding. Um, just in case, it might be best to do what we can for the son.
Well, then I guess we need to get him a spell book and closer to the spire in hopes that that will alleviate the situation.
Well, the actual Dzaan, I believe he was the one interested in sorry, out of character. I forget where the wizard was killed. I think it was East Haven, right?
Yeah,
Where he was
yeah.
burned at the stake. So if he had the spell book on him, it returned to East Haven to see if we can find it or discover what came of it. But perhaps if we
Roll an intelligence. You can recall that the damn, so many NPC names coming up randomly here. The captain of the guards in East Haven had mentioned they burned Dzaan with his spellbook. That spellbook is gone.
okay,
Like, you guys know, if you're seeing signs of him dying, there's no hope for this guy. I think Liu Bao has a pretty solid idea here where the question the question really becomes what's going to happen with Krintas if Dzaan disappears? Because Liu Bao is also the person who watched Krintas like almost overcome by the desire to feed on the body of Velixis. Krintas has a very narrow hold on being a quote unquote good undead companion.
That's why when somebody said he won't harm you, or he doesn't mean to harm you, I was like, yeah, he does. We won't let him harm you, but he definitely means to harm you. He's just bound by whatever uh, the sun hold on him. I mean, from what I'm hearing, it looks like he's on death's door.
so perhaps we should try and convince him to head back to the spy. Should something happen to him on the way and Prentice becomes unmoored, we deal with it away from the townsfolk.
Do you think he'd last days?
Impossible to say, I'm afraid.
With little knowledge of the arcane, it unnerves me to think there's one and possibly two of these things that we might run afoul of.
Wait, what's the second one that you're thinking of?
Well, I don't know if he dies, does he turn into one undead? I don't know any of this kind of stuff.
Okay, I
Arcane,
got you.
yeah, arcane is not my. I'm sure it scares the bejesus out of me. It's not natural to Jimbo.
Son, I think perhaps it might be best if we try and get you back to the spire. Perhaps a second go at the device might replenish your spirits.
Velicious chimes in. Yeah, that might be a good idea, but also, there is another wizard in one of the towns that may or may not be able to help. I'm not sure. They're a little unique, but definitely powerful.
Paladin says, maybe I can. Is he cursed or is he poisoned or what is wrong with him?
I'm afraid whatever magic managed to bring him back is somewhat beyond me, so it's difficult to tell.
Not a character. It's the kobold that's dying. So is that the understanding?
No,
No,
Kobold is
no.
Velixis.
Which one is dying? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
The
So it's
plump
the
figure who is more round than he is tall.
That's the un. Okay, but who is that?
No,
I'm
the
not.
one who is being held up by the undead creature.
Oh, him.
one with the pointy hat. Yeah.
Okay.
So, make a persuasion for me, Brannik. Uh, Never survive without a spell book. I must get to Bryn Shindar before I could return. And to stay in the spire. And you can
Paladin,
just hear like his breath is already like labored.
Paladin reaches out and touches his shoulder and see, or the equivalent of one hit point, and see what happens. Of lay on hands.
He doesn't have any wounds or anything, nothing happens.
Well, no disease or anything. None of that. Yeah.
Uh, uh, it appears that you need to make your way in haste to Bryn Shandar. This may be where our paths part.
Brannik with kind of a glance towards Crentis, and then back towards Illusion Bows. Perhaps we shouldn't let him travel on his own. Perhaps we can try and take you to Bryn Shandar.
It says he has my assistance.
Well, we should make haste.
Okay. So,
If he's getting worse by the day, I hate to see what he's going to look like tomorrow.
do we all sit down for a meal for some nourishment, some strength first, or
This would be pretty close to when Ali is actually bringing the food out to you all.
so I
And
turn
it
to the.
is a sen- Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was say. I was just gonna say, we before we leave, we should come up with a plan and how we're gonna survive during this time. How we're gonna stabilize them.
I would flag down Allie, the bartender, come over to the table.
It's everything all right? What can I do for you?
Do you have somebody that you would be able to send? You know this town better than we do. We need to get provisions for travel as quickly as possible. Is there somebody that you could send while we're eating to gather these items so when we're done, we can be on the road as soon as possible?
I could go over to Frozen Far and gather Jarthra. Do you need dogs in a sled?
What would be that would be the quickest way to get us to Bryn Shandar?
Um, I it it's close to walking, but the dogs do the work. Mechanically, it's the exact same speed as walking with snowshoes.
Well, then I guess we would, since Dzaan is being currently carried, I would turn to Christos and say, "Can you carry him to Brishandar?"
There is no lack of what my commands would require I do for my lord.
Well, then I would just say we do a quick equipment check and pick up the climbing packs and the rope uh,
And some torches, something to keep us warm.
yeah. Well, basically that's part of our survival gear. It's like a given. Yeah, like I said, climbing kits for whoever doesn't have it, and I want some more rope.
So, should I send for bring Jarthra here? Will
Yes,
you
please.
go to Frozen Far?
If he would come here to take our order, we'll be by after our meal to pick up the goods.
All right. So,
Tip 5
uh,
gold pieces for trouble.
Ali will leave and she'll head over. In probably about 10 or so minutes, Jarthra and Ali will return. And you guys can purchase anything you need from the PHB at a 15%, just make a 20% increase price. And Jarthra will bring it to you all without losing the time of going to Frozen Far expeditions.
Okay. And did we have a community gold, or everything's just being kept tracked separately?
At any given time, I put stuff into the party loot list, and you guys are supposed to distribute that. You still have gold in that loot list. It is supposed to be on somebody because that weight matters. 1,700 copper is a shitload of weight, and you guys are supposed to have that weight on somebody. That is precisely why stuff like the dog sleds actually have a value, is because sometimes it is more weight than you guys can carry. And I believe you also still have one of those chests that weighs an exorbitant amount of money or amount of weight.
Yeah,
Um,
we're gonna need some dog sleds because we still got
yeah,
we gotta
like
yeah,
those.
yeah, yeah.
My point is like that coin sitting in the party loot list is not acceptable because every 50 coins is a pound. So that's like 40 pounds in copper alone. You guys should
Well,
distribute that between your party.
let's get a party shopping list together right now. We'll take it from there and distribute the rest before we're done because we're gonna buy a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but my point is it matters most when you guys are not in town. When you're already somewhere to spend money, that's the easy time to have too much money. But yeah, we can take a break here. You guys can all like gather up what you're looking to, and that's again, you can buy anything you want from Frozen Far. Pretty much, it's realistically anything that's under 25 gold, like in the player's handbook, and then when you buy it, it's going to cost 20% surplus on the price that's listed. But we can take 15 minutes here and we will come back about 15 after. If everybody is back before then, we can get started. And then once everybody is back, like you guys can definitely start talking about what you're looking to purchase. But yeah, those are definitely I think that's a big part of running exploration, is recognizing that you have limited weight and those things matter.
Well,
Oh,
could
well,
we convert? Could we convert it to like the copper to gold
no,
or something?
they got a scrimshaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 10 towns, you can convert it to scrimshaw, where you are basically trading a bone fragment for coin. But when you are trading things like basically when you're doing bartering, there is effectively a rate of how fast do you need to convert this to money. You might get 25% of its value. If you've got plenty of time to do it, you might get 150% of its value. If you've got 2 or 3 days, you might get its value. All of it comes down to, with bartering items, how much time that you actually take to get rid of it.
Yeah. So if we divide up the coin that's currently in the party loot list by 5, assuming that Luther would have a fifth share, it would be 48 gold piece apiece, 44 silver, and 340 copper if we divide it 5 ways evenly.
Say that one more time.
I'm okay putting my share just back into the party loot and only using it when I really need it.
My
Well,
point
no,
is,
I mean,
though, there is no
Somebody's got
party
to
loot.
carry it.
Yeah, the party loot is for me to put stuff in there for the party to put onto characters.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
Well,
Um.
such an upstanding citizen like the paladin would be perfect for treasure.
Yep.
He can carry a lot. What was the numbers again, Brannik?
So 48 gold pieces, 44 silver pieces, and 340 copper pieces. I just put it in the roll 20 chat as well.
Yeah, got it.
But I think, yeah, like so we can also, like, if somebody is carrying that, but they can also pay for somebody else's stuff. But yeah, it makes sense we need to actually have that be carried weight. So again, assuming Luther would get an equal share, divided by 5 becomes 48, 44,
Who's
340.
Who's Luther?
He's including
Larry's
Larry.
character.
I feel like it's very generous of you to include that at this point, because you don't necessarily need to.
Well, it's more just because for the weight, like assuming he would get an equal share. But if I mean, somebody else can add that to their own individual now, and we can divide it up later. But I mean, with the assumption that Larry's going to be back, makes sense that he would be given an equal share.
Yeah, but that's still not gonna. It's like somebody's got to carry it. You know what I mean? Like we can't just say a share is sitting out there nebulously for this guy to pick up when he comes on. You know what I mean? So we got to divide it up. I mean, party loot is party loot. It's beneficial to everybody. You know what I mean?
You've got the
Well,
best ability to say this is being held for Larry than to necessarily have 2,000 something pieces of coin just on the loot list. I would say in general, I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch, because realistically, Larry's character is going to come on and gain coin anyways. But if you guys want to choose to divide it 5 ways, that is perfectly fine.
I mean, I can just, if you want, if it's easier, I'll just add a double share to mine, and then when Larry comes back, I'll just give him some of mine if we want to have it carried among all 4 of us.
Yeah, like I said, as far as Jim Bao is concerned, party resources are for the party to use. Like there's no, we're all in this together for survival. So if my coin helps you or that magic item would have helped me, that's how Jim Bao looks at it.
Gotcha. So yeah, so if you want to add, if everybody else wants to add this amount, and then I'll just add double that to Brannik, and then when Larry comes back, we'll figure that out.
All right.
Sounds
Yeah, I'm
good to
going
me.
to add the amount to mine. I have not spent any of my coin at all, which is terrible because I'm a wizard, but I haven't had a chance to buy any paper or anything. So Mostly because I didn't stop at the shop the last time. I just left it without stopping at the shop to grab stuff to copy my book. So I'm just like,
I can give you my portion if you need it for your book.
oh no, that's what I'm saying. Like I have plenty. I'm just I'm terrible at making sure I have my supplies as a wizard. Like Brannik went ahead and got his paper and ink the last time we had the chance. I didn't do that. I was too busy elsewhere. So next time I need to make sure I get. Speaking of which, do they have any paper and ink here that any special paper and ink here that I can use to make copies of my spell book, or do I need to wait till we get to the next time with the wizard?
Right back, you need to go to Brinchendar, and you need to go to Akalos, and like right across the street from him was where the scribes were. The very
Got,
same
got it.
place where you need to get that is where Dzaan needs to go to replace his book.
And you said the guy's name was Akalos, right?
Yep.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah, so I've added double that amount that I put in there onto Brannik for now.
Do you have the amulet from Luther on Brannik?
Oh, I feel like we would have picked that up, and I remember Larry actually even putting that in chat that we had, but I don't have it on Brannik. I feel like we would have checked his
Gotcha.
body
That's
afterward,
part
but
of
I
why.
don't have.
That's part of why I was saying, like, on some level, I feel like there is the most room for that idea to imagine. Who is carrying the 4 potions of abjuration magic?
Well, whoever specializes in that magic would be most logical, I would think.
I don't think I was here for that. Was that last session where y'all got those potions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can take 2 if Felixis, you want to take 2.
Yeah, I'll take 2. What'd you say they were? The potions of what?
So you guys have that there is like a red and orange vial. There is a purple and black vial, a white bluish vial, and then like a green blackish vial. At present, you don't really know what they do. Do you guys have any thoughts of what colors the 2 of you would like to take?
I'll take the red and green one.
Red and orange, and then green and black.
Oh yeah. I'll take the red and orange one.
Then there was a purplish black one, and then a whitish blue one, right?
Yep. So if
Okay.
that's how you're gonna do it, then yeah, like Brannik, write down you've got purple and black, and then the other one is white and blue. And then Felixis, you can have green and black, and then the other one is red and orange. And how about that chainmail?
I bought it. It's above some cloth, and the coat, the warm coat, is on top of the chainmail. You know what I'm saying? The cloth is below the chainmail.
None of them wear armor. The real question is are they very quickly going to hand over armor to you?
Well, I already have chainmail. Okay, I already came in with chainmail.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually identified what that does either.
Nope, but you know it's magical. You've turned on detect magic while you guys have had it in your possession. I think Velixis was the first one, and that's why you guys collected it.
Yeah, I guess part of the problem is that we've rarely had like everybody in a session, so it makes it a little more difficult to divvy up everything out of character wise.
I don't disagree, but this is also why sometimes you need to take that time during the week where you guys can just post something, and even if there's one message a day, that's plenty of time to accomplish like some of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
But
doing that because that's definitely gonna help us with keeping track of everything. And
like right now, you guys have, I think, 5 books still on that list. All of those books, I feel like, probably weigh like 3 pounds. So that's like weight. There's still a bunch of gems on that list. A couple of sculptures that have like a little bit of weight to them. What is it? 6 gems and 4 sculptures. The chainmail and the 5 books are all still on that list. And the control amulet from the Netheril wizard.
That was that wooden, the wooden with the 3 moons.
It's like the wood with the, yep, it's like the bleeding sea almost that's in the wood, and it's surrounded by like a silver edge.
Is
Yeah,
Brannik
so
back? Is there a place in town, Brannik, where we could get these items looked at?
probably Bryn Shander. Again, Akalos would be the only kind of real wizard we've met. But
So
maybe if we want to say, split up, have everybody take one of the sculptures. Have everybody take one of the 50 GP gems. So I can take the topaz if you want to. Each one of you want to take one of the opals, and then for the amber and the carnelian, just have it. Or have say Brannik, Felixis, and Jinbao take an amber, and then have Alexander take 2 carnelian, and then let's say Felixis takes the 3rd carnelian, just so we have it split up. And Brannik can take the, I guess, control amulet, because I think Dzaan had handed that to him anyway. If that sounds okay to everybody.
Do they only deal in scrimshaw, or will they barter for items?
everything has value. Scrimshaw is their biggest export. Scrimshaw and the Knucklehead Trout are the exports of of Ten Towns. Any
Yep.
Scrimshaw that you guys leave 10 Towns with pretty much goes up in value by about 10 plus fold. The difference is you have to transport it across the country.
okay, Brannik, what did you say I had? You said I had a carnelian and what else?
Carnelian, amber, and an opal. The carnelian and the amber would be worth 10 gold. The opal would be worth 50.
The point being, to barter some of these weighted items to alleviate some of the weight.
Yeah, the biggest thing there is it depends what you're trying to get rid of. If you're trying to get rid of a gem, you could get rid of a gem to a lot of people, but there's also people who will pay more for a gem. If you're trying to get rid of an old weapon, there's a lot of people who a weapon holds next to no value on, but there are some people who it has like more value on, and then other people who might have like a little bit extra value to it. That's why everything matters. Scrimshaw is the closest thing to coin in 10 Towns. And then again, coin has a very set value because it really just doesn't exist here.
Yeah, we should definitely get rid of some of this stuff. Um, yeah, but give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I guess that would be the first thing is to sell um, all the excess treasure weight that we have party wise, get rid of all that. Unless somebody wants to hold on to the jewels. They don't really weigh much.
Yeah, jewels have next to no weight. Those books weigh like 3 pounds a piece. The different pieces of sculpture, you're probably looking at like a pound or two. Um, Most of that stuff is pretty lightweight. Carrying around an extra chainmail, I think chainmail is like 20 or 30 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I broke out the gems, and then if each person wants to take one of the sculptures, and then the chainmail. I mean, it would make the most sense probably for Alexander to be carrying it, since Brannik, Velixis, and Jinbao are not going to be using it.
And if I recall, Larry had talked about creating a bard when he comes back. So I don't think he's going to have any use for heavy armor anyways.
Yeah,
If
so
that was the thought, was to hold it out for him, I don't think he was planning on playing a cleric again.
yeah, so I would say in that case, yeah, Alexander, if you want to take that, add that magic chainmail. We don't know what it does exactly, but it's magical to your inventory.
So there's no reason to like wait for you um to attune to it. If you put it on, will you put it on? All right, maybe he's away right now.
Yeah.
Do you still have
I don't
weight to
know. I don't
carry?
know what it will do, so I wasn't planning to put it on unless I can find out what it will do.
All right, so at present, if you would like, you can basically add a chainmail to your character and just put in the notes that that is magical chainmail. But that you are basically carrying an extra chainmail. And then as far as the books go, I feel like those and the control amulet are probably the last things. Um, if the books all weigh 3 pounds apiece, where is Brannik at in weight? Are you overburdened? Are you doing all right?
I think you guys hear me?
Yep, I gotcha. Can you hear us?
Okay, just rejoined. Now I can
Yeah,
hear.
I could hear you, so I kind of figured this was kind of classic for when your Bluetooth would go out.
How much did you say
Um,
the sculpture weighed?
Like a pound or two.
yeah, I think I'm okay even if I add all four. It was four of the new books, right? At 3 pounds a piece.
Gotcha. So you have what, like eight books from that tower?
I know I had given one to Velixis of the five we had initially found, so it would be seven, I think, that I have. Or no, eight. Yeah. But I could also give Alexis one of the new ones as well to carry.
Yeah, I mean there's four of them, right? Are those the old books that are listed there? Did I ever? Oh, wait, maybe I just listed the books in the Discord chat. I don't actually know that one offhand.
Yeah, I think you had given us the names of the original ones, and I put those um in my inventory. And I feel like
That's
you
like
gave
the
us the names.
magical wonders of the Netheril, mysteries of Faerun, Wizard in the Hollow, Those are all the originals, right?
Yeah, the Unfettered Mind. And then I think you had told us the names of the new ones, but I don't know if you actually posted them in Discord, and I don't know if I wrote them down at the time.
Yeah, effectively in those like 3 days of travel, I'm sure you would have had time to cast your spell to understand them, but those are the ones that are in the loot list.
Okay.
So yeah, it's 30 pounds total in books for those 10 books that you guys got from the Spire.
Yeah, so I think Ajamar's Guide to the Fantastic is the one that I had given to Elixis from the original list.
Sounds about right.
And then the other four, I'll add those 4 books to my inventory.
Oh wait, there's another. Oh, okay, I got you. I double printed that one. That seems weird. I wonder if he had it twice.
So now I'm up to, I think, 143 pounds. So I'm +2 from the sculpture, which I haven't added yet. I think I'm still okay. So I think I can technically have 180 before I'm encumbered.
Okay, yeah, that
Times
makes
15.
sense. I think I put Ajamar's on there to make sure that Velixis knew that was going to go to Velixis, because Dzaan would have given you all the other 4 books and the amulet for helping him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Elixis was here for that session when we divvied them up, or maybe not. But
Yeah, I feel like Rashad had to leave maybe like right after the session, and you did that like right at the end, maybe. So that sounds like pretty much it handles the actual items on the party loot list. Um, what do you all want to purchase?
I want one more set hemp rope and one more silk rope also.
I think you're looking at like, was that 12, 13, like 13 gold, 20 silver?
yeah, Brannik will purchase 2 climbing kits with the intention of he'll give one to Larry later, which I think at the 20% increase would be a total of 60 gold. But can he have Luther, actually, or not Luther, whoever, somebody else might have to carry the second climbing kit? How
I
much
mean,
does that
technically
weigh?
speaking, he will have the opportunity to buy that when he creates the character.
Okay, so in that case, maybe I'll just buy one for Brannik then.
And how much to buy sled dogs? And what's the operating cost of that? I think you think one sled would be enough, Brannick?
Yeah, it was what, like 150, I feel like, was the cost for sled and dogs.
Uh, the sled is 20. The sled dog is 50. And I think it needs 6 sled dogs.
I don't think we can afford it.
I mean, that's part of the idea. It is stupid expensive to have sled dogs unless you are trying to make something else, like you could hire a sled team if you guys want it for this excursion. Like if you want sled dogs for the future, it becomes a big drain on the party.
I'm
Yeah, I
thinking
think you need
just
at
to make this
least
one
2
as
dogs, and that is basically the weight of the sled and a little bit more. The sled weighs 300 pounds. So 1 dog can pull the sled. 2 dogs if you basically want to put weight on the sled. So 120 gold is like the entrance on a dog sled. And
Well,
then you have to feed and house the dogs.
what if we just hired them just to get us there?
Well, I think like timing wise, it doesn't really save us any time. It's more for being able to carry stuff.
Yeah.
Yep, that's precisely the reason why any of the mounts in Icewind Dale, they really only serve to increase your ability to carry things.
well, as long as we're not over or encumbered, then we don't need a dog.
Yeah, it might make more sense if we knew we were like when we know we're going out possibly into the wilderness and might have to carry some stuff back. But if we're just at this point going to Bryn Shander, probably doesn't make sense to buy them now.
I think it makes
Again,
more sense to hire them, and then there's plenty of food for the dogs and water and everything. I don't think that's an issue.
It's going to provide no benefit though, so it's wasted money.
Why? Because we can carry it ourselves?
Yeah, basically we don't gain any speed bonus, so what's the point?
Oh, yeah.
It's a
yeah.
wasted resource.
I mean, again, until we like, if we know we're going out into the wilderness and we might be trying to bring some stuff back, and we
Yes,
might need some stuff to carry. But for now, if we're just going to Bryn Shander and assuming that we are able to essentially carry everything amongst ourselves, then we don't really need it right now.
correct.
How deep is the snow?
You should have snowshoes. It's immaterial. It's like as far as game world, it's not going to provide any benefit. The only thing we gain is lost money.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, you guys are in an Arctic wasteland. How deep is the snow? At any given time, you could easily fall into a crevasse that you get lost forever. Traveling on snowshoes, you can travel effectively at a normal pace, which is the same pace dogs can travel at. The problem is that like dogs travel faster than you, but they have to rest constantly. Traveling with snowshoes is the fastest way, and it reduces any kind of downtime, and it effectively makes it so you don't have to care for anything because you just have snowshoes.
Yeah, and I think we had used dogs when we went out with Helva or Helka, and we would know that given how long they have to rest, how often they have to rest and such, that it wasn't really a time saver. It was we needed them because we were carrying a bunch of barrels of things that we couldn't carry ourselves.
Yep, Helka had dogs, and then Jarthra had dogs. Those are the two occasions where you all have had experience with dog teams, and that's exactly it. Like, there's no difference in time once you purchase snowshoes.
Okay. Wait. So we decided on what we're going to grab because
Did you have anything that the Velixis needed? Because they've essentially already purchased things.
honestly, I was just going to grab like the climbers kit and the rope.
Jim Bao would suggest that I think it's a good idea when we head out into the wilderness that we all have the spiked boots on, the harnesses tied to each other, just in case somebody did happen to hit a crevasse.
Oh yeah, Felicia's going to get like 3 ropes, by the way. just grab a 3.
Yeah, you might as well call me Samwise Gamgee because can't have enough rope.
I always think of not Reservoir Dogs, Boondock Saints when it's like,
What are you
yeah,
gonna
we
do
need
with
rope.
the fucking rope?
Exactly.
What are you, fucking Rambo?
Timbo thinks you can never have enough rope. Hey, we almost ran out last time, didn't we, Brannik?
Oh, you guys definitely ran out of rope.
I think my point is made.
What kind of rope does Velixis want to buy? You got hemp rope at like 1.5 gold, or silk rope at 12 gold. The silk rope weighs 5 pounds. The hemp weighs 10.
Is the hemp?
You said hemp, so you are looking at, what is that? 26. That's 4 more, 30, 32 gold, 31 gold. Yeah, like 31 gold.
Yeah, the hemp is stronger than the silk, isn't it?
There's no strength difference in this game,
Oh, no, I'm
and
getting.
I would say silk actually is much stronger.
Oh, yeah. If the silk is cheaper, then I'm gonna get. Wait, you
No,
said the
silk
silk?
is more expensive.
No, I'm
Silk
gonna
is
grab.
it's half the weight, but 10 times the price.
I'm gonna grab the hemp. I need the in case I need more when we get to the to where we're going. So yeah, I'm gonna grab 3 ropes of hemp. And
Gotcha. So if everybody has essentially grabbed what you guys want from Frozen Far, Jartha's going to leave, and she will eventually kind of come back with all of these things for you all, and send you all on your way. Um, Obviously, as a reminder, this is a great time to sell off all of your copper coins, as those are the heaviest. You guys are more than welcome to cut those out. It is, what is it? 100 copper is a gold. So depending on how much you have, that should cut out a good bit of weight for yourselves. But you guys are planning on essentially leaving Koenig as fast as possible.
yeah, Felicia's gonna sell out the 300 copper she has for the 3 gold pieces.
Wait, I said 32 gold.
Wait, 100 gold pieces? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what? You
A
said?
climber's kit is 25 gold, and the rope is 1 gold. But you're
Oh,
going
none.
to spend a total of 32 gold.
I think I only have like 10 gold or something. 7 or 10 gold.
You have
Oh no,
more.
I
I
think
added. You have more, Alexander, because I added extra gold to your character, and then you should have also added what Justin posted for each person gold wise.
Okay, yeah. No, what I was saying was that
Only 10.
I was selling off the copper pieces I had for the gold.
That's fine. So if everybody is all set, is it your intention to leave Koenig pretty much as fast as possible?
Yeah, I think like after the meal, we would then try and picking up the supplies, we would try and get to Bryn Shander and try and as quickly as possible. I think, right?
I would say so.
So let me have everybody roll a d8.
Brannik, do you remember if there's a jeweler in the next town, or someone that might be interested in the gems that we have?
I don't think we've met an actual jeweler. I think it's just kind of like different people will give us different probably offers for the gems. Or like they're much of very much a variable uh, value.
Okay. Huh. Because definitely use the coin for those. I know outside of this, I know if we was outside of this area, if we were outside of Iceland Dell in another town, not Jordan Ice, I know the gems would be worth a lot. But I guess we got to do what we got to do here. Uh, Another thing we might need to look into, Brannik, is when we get to the next town, see the if they can either if they have any or if they can make us a bag of or a bag that can hold more weight, essentially. Because I feel like with everything going on, we're going to continue to find more and more things that we may either need on our journey or whatnot, and walking around with a bunch of weight is going to become an issue more than anything else. And if we have to leave things behind, I imagine we're not going to want to leave anything important.
Yeah, I mean, imagine finding a bag of holding would be unlikely. Um, that might be the
Oh,
case
that's what it's
again,
called.
where we might have to decide if it makes sense to get the dogs. We do now have that figurine too, so we could potentially use the goat as a essentially beast of burden. And then with stuff like the gems and the scrimshaw, so I'm thinking like so scrimshaw, since it's more common up here, probably might be less valuable, but it'd be the kind of thing where if we found somebody who was maybe intending to head back down south who wanted it for like trade, it would be maybe more valuable, but
Yeah, that may be so. I wish I was a more. I wish I was a more powerful wizard. I literally would just make my own little pocket dimension and put all our stuff in there, just reach into it whenever we need it.
I think you guys could have already learned Mordenkainen's.
Wait, I'm sorry. What?
I'm pretty sure you guys have access to Mordenkainen's chest. You just have to take it.
And
yeah,
now he
there's a
got me
spell
looking.
that
Hold on.
Don't say something, do something.
yeah. So speaking of like spells and stuff, so Brannik would have shared with Belixis at some point that he thinks he's kind of on the cusp of figuring out how to not only like detect some of the magic that he's used, but actually to like dispel some magic. Um, so if he's not quite there yet, but he thinks maybe that's something he might be able to get his mind around soon.
Okay, is that? Hold up. I don't see that spell in here. Or is that not a spell? Is that a feat?
I think it's a spell from Xanathars, maybe, or it might be from the PHP, or yeah, Mordenkainen. There's like a couple of There's like Mordenkainen's Hound. There's Mordenkainen's Secret, or maybe it's Liamon's Tiny Chest.
Liam actually makes more sense.
I don't know what spell level it is, but
Oh, it looks like it's next level.
and if I recall, like you actually need like a little miniature chest created as like a component.
So while you all are traveling between Caer Konig and Caer Dineval, you are going to pass through area where you will encounter a group of the Battle Hammer dwarves. For what it is worth, you all are familiar enough with them, and this is near the actual kind of southern edge of oh man, Kelvin's Cairn. It wouldn't be terribly surprising to encounter the Battle Hammers, but you all have an opportunity if you would like to approach the dwarves, or it seems like they are effectively going on their way, ignoring you. Do you all have any thoughts as you kind of encounter these dwarves in more or less a clear field of snow? Still heavy wind. There's still snow being swept across the plains, but it's not like a really difficult to see blizzard of snow. If you otherwise decide to continue on, you all can continue on your way, effectively avoiding the dwarves, and they seem to be avoiding you all in the same way, and progress more towards Cairdenval.
Yeah, I don't think
Uh,
that. And then with the rest of the abilities, not for the moment.
I don't know if it is my audio. I've been having issues with my headset the last few minutes, but that was very broken up to me. I did not get any of that from you, Felixus.
Yeah, I don't know, Mara. You're coming in a little faint. Actually, I can still. I mean, I can
Okay,
still make it out.
that's me that's breaking up. Okay, I might have issues. Let's see. How about this? Does this sound better?
Sounds about the same to me. I mean, I can still make you out fine. It just sounds quieter.
How about this? How does this sound?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's much
much
better.
better.
All right. I've been having audio issues, and I think I am just now noticing what is causing it.
I mean, I guess the only reason Brannik would have to maybe try and intercede with the dwarves is to see whether they've heard of any Dwergar. But if the rest of the party is good with just trying to continue on to Bryn Shander, he wouldn't make an issue out of it.
I feel like time is of the essence, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
My bad. I heard Brannik might want to talk to them, and then I heard Jim Bao, time is of the essence.
Yeah, and then I agree with Jin Bao that maybe for now we just kind of leave the dwarves to whatever they're doing and continue on.
Gotcha. The next town you all are going to come to following the actual trail is going to take you through Caer Dineval. Effectively, do you plan to just pass directly through? Let me get a new survival check. This group doesn't currently have anybody who's like the survival expert, but you can pick two people to do a survival. Um, I guess realistically, we could also just have the whole group do it. Yeah, let's get all four of you to roll a survival, and we'll take the average.
Okay. Mine didn't show up. I survived. Didn't show up.
You may have to just check to see that Beyond 20 is synced, but what did you roll?
A 9.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you click the little red B that's either like the top or the bottom on roll 20, that should sync Beyond 20 and roll 20 for you. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty good to follow the trail between Koenig and Dinaval. You guys would probably be like early afternoonish here. Looking like you've got a few hours to go. Uh, Probably pretty sure that you're gonna get to Bryn Shindar after the moonrise, though. Thoughts on continuing forward, heading straight through Dinaval? What do you guys have in mind?
Probably safest and quickest to stick to the road.
Sound good, everybody? Stick to the road and continue on.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
How is Dzaan doing at this point? I'll ask. Maybe if we're passing Care Denival, well, it's not that far from Care Koenig, so unless I would say I would ask Dzaan, unless you feel you can't continue, perhaps it's best just to press straight through.
It's a pretty similar case where you see Krintas is showing signs that he is still carrying uh Dzaan, doing most of the actual work, but overall Dzaan doesn't really seem to be showing too much more change.
But I think it's agreed the group will push on straight through, or at least continue to push on.
Yeah, sorry, my audio cut out again briefly. Yeah, no, I agree. Press on. Brannik might also just like if we think we're gonna hit Bryn Shandar, uh, after nightfall, maybe just warn because we know we've encountered something the last time we tried to get there. I think at night. So just warning everyone to keep a lookout for the walker or whatever it was called.
Yeah, I think you've seen those multiple areas of Icewind Dale at this point, though.
Okay. Okay.
I
But I think
mean,
like the last
you
time.
saw them coming in this same way, but whether you guys should have that as like every time we're gonna do this, we're gonna see it. No.
Yeah, no, I guess more like we had some difficulty getting them to actually open the gates the last time we came in, like after nightfall. I guess that'd be more the kind of issue, I guess.
So let me have everybody do another survival here.
Brannick apparently does not want to survive.
That's two twos.
It didn't show up again.
Would you roll?
Let me check. I rolled an 11. I rolled a 10 for the second one.
It's just the first one.
The first one was a 9.
No. He's only rolling like one time here. So
Yeah, I
the
know, but
first
it's
check was like the check between Dinaval and Koenig.
right. But I think the two numbers on the screen he's seeing.
He's not rolling with advantage.
Okay,
This is just a single roll.
just checking.
The second roll was a 10.
And at this point, we'd be into the second time of casting mage armor, I assume, right?
I feel like this is going to be approaching almost doing a 3rd kind of thing. What is that, 16 hours? So I guess really, yeah, this would definitely be into the second cast.
Okay. I guess I should have asked this before, but at some point we got a long rest in between when we
Yeah, you
started.
guys are days away from that. I think you guys had 3 more days of travel between when we left off and getting back to Koenig.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's part of why after level 5, I don't think travel is nearly as important, as it's not really dangerous. There's a lot of stuff you're going to come by, and it's not even necessarily interesting to see what you guys want to do with it. If you come by like a herd of elk, all that really comes down to is, do you guys want to take some rations? The dwarves is an opportunity that you can have a conversation, or you can choose expediency. But in general, travel becomes a very moot point once you're level 5.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think this one's gonna go pretty clean. You guys are going to make it to the Eastway with a little bit of light still left. You have a pretty solid understanding that you're going to get back to Bryn Shindar during. I don't think I've moved that actual calendar date, so I think we're actually closer towards the 10th here. So you're getting close to a full moon. It is still waxing to the full moon, so it should be pretty bright. Traveling on the Eastway in the brighter conditions should be pretty easy. But at the same time, you guys are kind of at the point like you can almost certainly make Goodmead or East Haven. Goodmead is much closer. With pretty solid light, or you might come to Bryn Shindar deep into the night if you continue on. But it should be a brighter moon if you guys continue on towards Bryn Shander. Continuing forward as planned.
Yes. Delicious wants to continue for it.
Yes.
Yeah, Brannik will kind of give a kind of look towards Goodmead, like thinking like, oh, it might be nice to, but yeah, he'll agree that we should continue on.
Let me get another roll of d6s from everybody, please. And then after that, a roll of survival checks.
Sorry, I stepped away from the computer for a second. I'll be right there.
I rolled a
Let me get
15
a.
on survival.
Yeah, it's weird. I can see your role showing up on D&D Beyond, but
Did
might
you
just
click the
not
little
be.
red B on Roll20? Like the Beyond 20B down near Send?
Yep. Yep. For some reason, it's not populating in.
I don't know. Do you have to like refresh it maybe after you sync it? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? Um, Alrighty. So as you all are heading in the later time of this push, you all are going to start to kind of encounter the actual like blizzard conditions of pretty heavy winds coming from the northeast, pretty strong snowfall. Dzaan is going to start to really lag behind in this final push along the eastway, and it's going to get to the point where they almost cease to kind of move. At the same time, in kind of the breaks in the wind, that's going to be around when you all first start to see this kind of like city on the hilltop off in the distance ahead of you. And you see that at the very moment where Dzaan is kind of lagging and incapable of really pushing forward, you are in sight of Bryn Shindar. And Krintas is more or less at this point just kind of like picked up and is dragging the weight of Dzaan behind. What does everybody have in mind as you're kind of in this little like in between of the blizzard is starting to overwhelm, or perhaps he's just losing power altogether, and Bryn Shindar is kind of at first in sight.
Is someone able to help carry him? It looks like he's struggling right now.
If we maybe if Brannik suggests that Krintis uh, keep Deshaun outside the walls, we'll see if we can maybe if we can get inside and find um, Akalos. Maybe there's something he can do. But Brannik is wary of, given how weak he is, and not really sure what's gonna what might happen if he expires with Krintas. Maybe he's not sure he wants to bring Krintas inside the walls.
Jim Bao would agree with that, Simon.
Make a persuasion check.
Is that me?
Yeah. So you will see kind of like a flash of life come across Dzaan's face as he kind of hears this idea, and um he'll he'll like nod to you. Yes, if you could bring Akalos to me, perhaps that will offer me my best chances. And perhaps he will be able to help in ways that others cannot.
We will certainly try, Deshaun. Hang on.
So if it sounds like the plan that you all are going to push away and leave Dzaan and Krintas behind here, you all can push forward towards Bryn Shindar. Let me get another. Let's get a roll of d8s from you all here.
I might need to step out for about 15 minutes. Dinner.
Gotcha. We can always potentially take a break at the time when you have to go to dinner, and potentially not actually miss anything. Otherwise, when you do have to go, you can also potentially just go as well. We will likely. This has kind of turned into a weird moment of it's almost become a shopping episode, which I try normally to do everything to avoid. Um, but at present, as you all approach the gates of Bryn Shindar, one of the kind of first things that is going to happen is there's going to be a crossbow bolt that is going to fly out and just kind of cross over your shoulder, Brannik, and you're going to see as like the flash of your mage armor kind of deflects this thing away from you. And then you're going to hear from beyond just a very soft in the wind kind of. Actually, let me get a perception check from you, Brannik. Yeah, you're gonna hear like a very soft and kind of coy, sorry, I, sorry. And you're gonna kind of see as some guard movement along the walls seems to be kind of like peaking, and perhaps somebody was a little bit more trigger happy as they saw you all approaching. But you have the gates ahead of you all, and you can approach.
Just don't do it again. Time is of the essence. We're rouse Akalos. He'll want to hear what we have to say. Uh,
Uh, we Oh, we can send a wizard, send a runner to the wizard for you. Ah, what need do you have? And you're going to see as this figure starts to actually talk to you and kind of opens, like the kind of like side door to the gate. There's always like a kind of alternate way that's a little bit more isolated and isn't really easy to walk. Like they're kind of opening this side gates. Can't think of the name right offhand. Um, but it's kind of like ushering you all in and trying to inquire as he kind of notices who's coming back into Bryn Shindar, and it'll cross his mind, the speaker is looking for you and would be happy to see that you have returned to Bryn Shindar. Oh, welcome, welcome. And have a little bit of a kind of like a moment's exchange as they see Alexander, and kind of like look off, thinking that there was one other who was a little bit shorter description, a little bit less regal, perhaps, than the description and the look of Alexander, before it crosses their mind. Perhaps this is just what adventurers do.
yes, yes. Send a runner. Tell Akalos, if it will bring him quicker. There are nether issues at stake. Brannik thinking that maybe the guards might not know that, but know what the implications of that are, but that Akalos might most likely will. And until Duvessa will see when we can. No,
What were you thinking?
knowing how long she kind of made us wait the last time, or how long we waited last time, and given time is of the essence. But I don't know if Alexander needs to take a break. I don't want to push through too much while he's has to be away. So
Oh yeah, I assumed how he said it. He was not going to dinner right then. Are you there, Alexander? Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that's what he was doing right then. So yeah, we can definitely take a break here, as we basically get to Bryn Shindar.
All right.
More shopping.
Communication is difficult. Do you have to step away, Rashad?
No, I'm good this time.
What were you trying to research, and or what were you interested in?
Oh, when I needed to find the book.
Yeah, but you said something else.
Oh, I said I wanted to research a name because Valixis was thinking about the. Where's it at? Give me a second. I have it here in my notes. Levistus was the name that she wanted to try to research.
Gotcha.
And while we have the, I cannot find that. I think I actually know it. I think I found that spell that y'all was talking about. You were saying it was uh Mordenkainen's magnificent. Is it Mordenkainen's magnificent room or something like that?
Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion sounds like one of the places that you can hide away and like sleep at. But I think I found it when Justin brought up that it sounds like a Leomund spell, and I think it's Leomund's tiny safe or something like that. They're all the same fucking name. It's Leomund's chest basically.
Yeah, it's like Lehman's tiny chest or Lehman's secret chest or something like that.
Okay, yeah, I think I saw that because I was like, I found the room spells and the mention spells, and I found one that's a secret chest that I can get at fourth level. But the mention and the magnificent room or magnificent mansion, those spells are seventh level, and I don't think I'm close to getting those just yet.
Yeah, one of my biggest points is I know DMs who say give everybody in a group um a bag of holding. I think that's stupid. Bag of holdings randomly generate, and I've had them randomly generate for groups. Awesome. You can have a bag of holding if they randomly come up. If you want a bag of holding, especially as a wizard, do something about it. You can get spells that make it happen. And that's when it really comes in is I think it's next level, it's seventh level. You guys will gain access to fourth level spells. If it's that big of a deal for you, that's the spell for you to get is Liamon's Secret Chest. And that's kind of how like it's the same thing. Like if somebody talks about it and they're an artificer, it's like an artificer at level 1 can make a bag of holding. If that's what you care about in this game, play an artificer. Um, and it's one of the things that I think everybody should actually, in time, recognize is that if there is something important to you, like being able to carry stuff, and basically break the like survival function of the game, like the searching and investigating like new places, that's one of the classes that's good at it because you get access to whatever magical items that you basically want, including, making bag of holdings. I think that's part of the fun of this game. In the same way as like I was explaining to Alexander, I feel like in a game like this where we rolled for those stats and we rolled so high, I feel like the players actually lose out on a lot of the fun because you have like lost growth with your character. Not being able to carry treasure is part of what makes this game fun, at least in my opinion. And it might be a bias as to, whether you like my DMing style or not. But I feel like those little things, when you can't do something, it shines when you actually can do something. And that's part of why I feel like just with like deadly combats, you can't really have a victory if you can't also lose. You have to see those sides of this is what I excel at, this is what I kind of fail at, and I have to make those choices.
Right, right. Oh
I
yeah.
don't feel like even with like the encumbrance rules, my next campaign, like the West Marches campaign I'm going to run, that's going to end up using the variant encumbrance, which you can carry about half as much gear. I think you guys already can carry way too much stuff, let alone like giving away bag of holdings. um I feel like it's just one of those things in this game where, to me, the superhero level of we can do everything and we always win at everything we try to do, I don't think that actually feels fun. I get really bored when my character can't die. To me, it's fun to struggle, but get to like cast spells. That's like everything that I want out of this game, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I don't want to be OP powerful, can do anything, win at everything kind of game. No, I don't like that. I like the survivability of this. Um, I guess one of the reasons I was mentioning it before is because I was like, we have a lot of stuff, and just being able to be able to move a little bit extra. Because I don't think the wait, how much does a bag of holding hold?
Bag of holdings like weigh like 20 pounds or 25 pounds, and they hold like 550 or
Oh God,
250.
I don't
It's
know why I
something
thought it was
stupid.
like 50 pounds. I don't know why I thought it was like it weighed like 5 or 10 pounds and it weighed like in the whole L like 50 pounds. God, holding 500 pounds, that is. I could stick a fucking boulder in there and just open it up on somebody and drop a boulder on them. What in the world?
Yep. Yeah, they can hold up to 500 pounds, and it weighs. Yeah, this doesn't even show the actual weight of it offhand. 15 pounds.
See, I figured that would be a little OP because I remember talking to you about trying to get some magical items or whatnot, finding them or making them, and one of them was a apprentice robe, and I didn't think about that. I thought it was like 50 pounds each, but both it had two pockets on it, and each pocket was equivalent to one bag of holding. And now that I think about that, I'm like, so essentially, I got two. That if you had given that to me, I would have had two pockets and would have been able to walk around with 1,000 pounds in my pockets.
Yeah, I mean, I kept that list of items that you marked down. I feel like two of those items are very much broken items. The apprentice robe was clearly made by a DM who I think there's a really big difference between playing with veteran players who can have stuff like that and can have the book thrown at them versus trying to bring in new players and actually play something that is closer to the game at hand. Fifth edition really isn't designed for characters to have magical items. You gain access to them slowly. There's a certain level of like now, you guys technically, by some of their starting rules, would have like your first couple of magical items at this point. And that is also kind of where the group sits. The difference is like, I mean, I can look them up because I still have them noted. But like one of the staffs you have is definitely an end game staff. It's the staff of power. The other one I think was broken. Then the robe you brought up is very much broken because it's multiple magic items in one. And then I think the other thing about that you had was the robe of useful things, which is actually one of my favorite things to randomly generate. It's just not necessarily the type of thing I normally give to people because it's also like it's really cool, but it's hard to like call that like that's your magical item because it's just very mundane things.
Yeah, I think also sometimes the idea is like once characters get like a bag of holding, it's like people they forget that there is actually like a weight limit. So it's just like, oh, you can just keep throwing stuff in there, and it just has an infinite essentially amount of weight.
That is
But
definitely an annoying aspect. I will tear your bag of holding open if you don't pay attention to what's going in there. Like
I was
people who
going to
walk
say
up
that.
to a treasure chest and they just dump a treasure chest in there, that is a really great way to dump your treasure chest right through your bag of holding.
Nice.
it's like, oh, a whole dragon's horde. Let's just put it in the bag of holding. It's like, well, if it's more than 500 pounds, that might not work.
Yeah, so
I
the
feel like that would be
Sky Blinder
hilarious.
staff and then the practical magic robe, both of those were very broken items. I feel like Sky Blinder's staff is from Magic the Gathering, and I feel like that is a cool twist. But that's one of those things where I try to like remind people like sometimes the stuff that they create for one world just doesn't make sense in another world. And I definitely didn't feel like the Sky Blinder staff makes sense like in this world, but it's not terribly broken. The Neckett's practical magic robe, that thing is definitely insane.
Oh yeah,
Um, robe of
oh yeah,
useful
that's busted.
items. Yeah, robe of useful items is an awesome thing to find randomly in places because it does really cool stuff. But again, that does not tend to be the type of thing that I will give to a player as their magical item. And then the Staff of Power. Staff of Power is end game. Like the wizard who is like the most powerful wizard in Waterdeep effectively has a Staff of Power. To imagine a level 5 with a Staff of Power, never gonna happen. Um, but when you tell me what magical items you are looking at, that actually does help me because it tells me what you're interested in, and that's part of how I generate. I tend to prefer to make magical items for people. Um, Justin will can attest, like the Sunday game, they actually have a patron, and that again is part of what's weird about Icewind Dale. You guys are in a weird place where you're very isolated from society. They have a patron who I basically had give them very powerful magical items, but that campaign is like a completely different level of deadly. At any given time, it's just a TPPK fest. So giving powerful magical items doesn't necessarily help that because of how it kills people.
Yeah, I feel like the whole bag of holding idea is very. I feel like it's very much kind of taken from video games where you can. There's no inventory limits, right? You can carry like 15 weapons and 8 million potions and
Snake Plissken digging around in his prison pocket.
Not Baldur's Gate, man. I spent too many hours juggling inventory in that goddamn game.
Nah, if you ever play Elder Scrolls Skyrim, you can pretty much break the amount of weight you can carry. Because I did it, and it just when I look at it now, it says the amount of weight I can carry. The number no longer a number. It's just symbols.
Yeah, see, one thing that I like to encourage around this level is for groups to actually start to look into like a home base. And basically to some level that you are effectively either employing somebody to guard your hoard, or you are effectively like you have a home that you leave stuff in. But that's one of those things that I feel like sometimes it can go almost like unsaid, but like that's kind of one thing that characters should come across at some point, is this idea that we have way too much shit. Am I a hoarder?
yeah, I was thinking of that like
Yeah,
actually like as maybe a you know like when we were negotiating with Duvessa Chivane about like our rewards, like, well, maybe there's some like, house that's uninhabited that we can take over rather than having to, spend every night in a tavern or something like that. Or like even in one of these other towns where, there's half the houses are uninhabited. It's like, well, just, you know, let's keep one of those. And then, maybe we hire somebody to, keep an eye on things. Obviously we can't necessarily trust them, but
I think you guys should know at this point every single 10 towns that you go to is more uninhabited than they are inhabited.
yeah. So I'm pretty sure we can find a house that someone would be willing to just let us either have or purchase at a reasonable price, depending. I say we start in a place where we are well liked, because I feel like if we try to do that in a place where we're not liked, they're going to ask for something absurd.
or we just squat someplace and set a bunch of traps in case somebody comes searching for our stuff.
Yeah, you see, the thing about that is if we choose a random spot to just squat, who's to say that that doesn't belong to some innocent little girl who comes there every night or every full moon, who's a werewolf to chain herself to keep herself from going crazy? And now our traps done just wipe this little girl out, and we come back home to a dead little girl laying on our front porch.
Is there a
You guys would probably notice if you broke into a place that there's something like that happening, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be an adverse.
is there a banking institution or any kind of banking system?
What level of a bank do you mean?
Like somebody that you could go to and say, "I am going to deposit this money, and I will be back later, and I will be retrieving my money."
I think I think your character is the least likely to know this, but perhaps Brannik, and probably Alexander would be aware of the Sword Coast. Shit, I have to look up the name.
I mean, I would think that like maybe like things like letters of credit might be if there's some sort of
Well, that's where like big
organization.
organizations work out. You're well aware that I've given you letters of credit from like the Order of the Gauntlet. That is a big enough group that if somebody says, they write down this person is owed this amount of gold from me, that piece of paper is effectively worth that amount of gold. If you go to the Order of the Gauntlet, the paper is still in good enough condition and the person understands like what it really is. But it's always a gamble. Um, but again, Brannik and Alexander would understand that the Sword Coast Traders Bank is a new organization that is in many of the more capital cities along the Sword Coasts, cities that are members of the Lord's Alliance. But that is not the type of place that exists in Bryn Shindar. This is again, even Bryn Shindar is the like capital of 10 towns, is still pretty much a hold for criminals and outlaws. Nobody in their right mind would come to this place. This is an Arctic tundra. It's not like normal trade, and that's part of why this ranks so well with Curse of Strahd, where you are literally in hell, because this is hell on earth. And that's why these two campaigns are the awesome horror campaigns in this world. This is not meant to be, it's weird to say, this is not meant to be like a fun, fluffy, hanging out with uh, unicorns and rainbows. This is meant to be dreadful horror, body horror. Like this is supposed to be a terrible place where you watch people freeze and die on a regular basis. Um, it's not a place where there's like normal banks,
Yeah,
but it
this
doesn't mean that you can't accomplish things like that. That's again one of those things where there's certain levels you can manage stuff like that, but
Yeah, I'm thinking like it's kind of like the old Hanseatic League, like from history, where they kind of developed as like a bunch of like essentially merchant outposts, and the very early beginnings of like banking. That's kind of how it worked. Like because that's valuable. Like right, like if you
oh
can
yeah.
say I go to a city and I deposit so much at this place, and then I can go 100 miles or 200 miles or 1,000 miles up north, and that'll be actually you know, um, honored. Like that's incredibly valuable.
I mean, if I understand correctly, that's what the Freemasons did because Masons were in every area of the world that was under construction. There were Freemasons there. And it was probably just somebody who was like, look, we could charge a lot of usury to people to basically say, hey, I need to give you this money because I'm about to go on the road. And when I get to this place, I would like to get my money back. And they would be like, all right, cool, we're going to take 20% of it, but you can take this letter of credit. And when you arrive in Jerusalem, you can pick this up at one of our Mason lodges. And that is effectively what the Sword Coast Traders Bank is. Again, it's like Waters Deep, Daggerford, um, Neverwinter, Silvery Moon, one of the Dwarven strongholds, and then in Baldur's Gate. There's like 8 locations in this time frame that we currently are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I imagine the interest rates are astronomical, right? Because you gotta cover your no doubt. There are going to be losses, right? Because the roads are dangerous, and
Yeah,
it's
one of
kind of
my
like it's like when like it's similar to like when insurance like first like right. So all right, I'll give you insurance, like your shipping insurance or your travel insurance or whatever, but I want 40% or 20% or whatever, because shit happens.
It's funny to think like Wells Fargo is like the results on of this from like another angle, because they were basically the bank of people who couldn't afford a bank, so they would hire guards to try to help them guard their treasure on the road. And that's what Wells Fargo Bank is at this point, because they were basically, shotgun wielding guards that you would hire to hop on the wagon with you and cross the country. But yeah,
Yeah,
in general, that's one.
or like the Pinkerton agency, same kind of deal.
What was that? They were almost like some of the first kind of like sheriffs, right? Wasn't that what they were? They were almost like in different cities.
Yeah, they're like essentially a private. I think railroads were the main thing, but they were essentially a private security agency, and because back in the day you didn't really have like the strong, you didn't really have like the actual like law enforcement, so you hired the Pinkerton agency as a essentially private security force, and they're still around.
Yeah, I really liked Hotel Artemis is a recent movie with a concept that feels like, without knowing a lot about them offhand, because the name rings a bell, but that's kind of it for Pickerton. But Hotel Artemis was a cool little idea where it's like you pay your membership fee, and if you keep your membership fee up to date when you're in the shit, they'll help you out. If you let your membership lapse, you're fucked when you need them. And I thought that was such like a brilliant little like twist. I'm not sure where the inspiration for that movie comes from, whether it was a book or like a comic. It would have made like a really good manga, I feel like. Um, but that was a really cool idea. I thought that it's like, if you pay your dues when you need them, they're there for you. But the moment it lapses, I don't know you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just like the Continental in John Wick.
I was just thinking that. I was gonna say like when you were talking before the game about like how it's you don't see it's easy to miss like the beggars and stuff. I was thinking of the Bowery guy from the John Wick movies.
Was the Bowery guy like part of the like the bums?
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne in the second one.
Okay. Yeah. So Hotel Artemis may drop down really low in my book thinking about John Wick, because I feel like John Wick probably came first. And that's precisely like the same thing, because they both have those same levels of rules. I actually wonder if that's one of those classic things where in Hollywood you see them come out with two of the same movie at the same time.
No, because that goes back to like people, mob doctors. You know what I mean? Be like, bring them by, no questions asked, just patch them up. I mean, I'm
Yeah, I
sure
mean, that
that
makes sense to me.
there's
That's
always
what
been
Hotel Artemis is it's like it's
yeah,
essentially a hospital, but it's like a hotel where you can come in there for medical needs kind of thing. And it's no questions asked, like
yeah. I've
you're
seen
not
the
allowed to
movie.
kill people on the property. Oh,
It's a
you've
good
seen it? Yeah.
yeah, it's a good movie. It's the
Yeah,
same. I
see, I
mean,
love that because they're like, yeah, you're gonna be, Tahiti, and they don't talk about your name. They don't talk about your business.
I'm sure as long as criminal organizations have existed, there have been those who have taken their money to provide them services.
Yeah, it makes sense that realistically that like idea of neutral ground is probably, I mean, realistically, I feel like that's what a lot of churches were for a long time too. Like that sacred ground. I wonder that idea though of like a membership organization that is the neutral ground. I wonder how long that is, because at very least, looking it up, John Wick was 4 years before Hotel Artemis. So
Yeah, I'm trying to the only other correlation I can think of is like a mob doctor who's like no questions asked. I don't want to know who he is. Just give me the patient and let me do my thing.
one of my favorite scenes was the old school Ronin, when they're in France and his buddy takes the other guy to, he's like a veterinarian, and this dude's like building all of the models, and he's the guy who explains like what the Ronin is, where you get like the namesake of the movie. But that was one of those like classic scenes where he's like, let's not talk about anything about this. I never saw you. I don't care who you are. I don't care anything about this. I'm going to help you get this bullet out of your body. Yeah, I had a player who decided to tie his backstory into the Sword Coast Traders Bank. And at some point, the party went to the actual bank. And I think somebody like gave him 50 gold to like hold. And then he like immediately like asked for his gold back. So he like gave me 50 gold and I gave him 40 gold back for the ticket. And he's like, yeah, why did I do that? I'm like, exactly. You're supposed to move across the country. So I want to wait for Alexander to return.
I'm here. I was just letting you talk because I didn't want to interrupt.
Holy shit, we were waiting for you to eat dinner.
Wait, how
They
long have
already
you
ate.
been back?
They already ate.
How long have you been back?
Few minutes.
Bruh,
Bitch.
You were talking. I didn't even want to interrupt.
You're good, man.
I can't
You could
fireball Alexander.
type it into either like Discord or into Roll20 next time you come back, because I
I'm a
didn't know
champion.
that you had left. It wasn't until at some point Justin said, let's hold off on progressing forward until Alexander returns, because I thought you said I may be going for dinner, so I didn't know that you were actually doing it. But yeah, just let us know like both sides of that like next time, because breaks definitely work out. We were definitely just bullshitting here. But yeah, so when you guys get back into the city, you are going to have two kind of runners who kind of head off from this east gate. One of them, more or less, they head off in the same direction. No, I think one of them is going to break south pretty quickly. I know at least Brannik knows the way, which is effectively to this is the Tower of Akalos in the center there. I think Valixis has been there as well. I'm not sure um, if Lucianbao has been to Akalos.
I don't think
Um,
so.
yeah, and then the other one kind of heads off like straight more or less down like the largest of the thoroughfares from the East Gate. And that'll go towards Town Hall. The first of these runners is going to return from the Tower of Akalos. And it is going to be the same runner kind of coming back alone. And he's just going to approach you all. And he's just going to kind of look towards you all. Let's say he understood it was Brannik, and he's just going to walk directly towards you and hand you just a little ball. It looks like a snowball almost. Do we not have Justin now?
Can I tell what the sorry? Can I tell what the ball's made is like? It's actually made of snow.
You can do a perception. Are you afraid I'm going to turn you into a pillar of ice? I think you can kind of see, like, while it resembles snow, it has like that kind of like rough kind of texture to it. It is kind of like a porous ceramic.
Okay, yeah. So I guess like Brennick is like, does ball suggest that Aklos already knows why they're here? And it seems like
Beyond just looking at it, you can do an Arcana. I think you have a pretty solid idea that Akalos doesn't really leave his tower. This is probably some sort of a device to either talk to you and or see and view things that you are doing.
okay. So in that case, Brannick will kind of like holding the ball up kind of towards his face.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, as soon as you touch it, you're going to hear, "Hello, it's been some time. What can I do for you?"
Yes, Achelos. We might need your help. We have a companion who is it- not in the best way. Magic is involved. Magic beyond my abilities, I'm afraid.
Yes, you said magic was involved. Of course, it's beyond your abilities. What's wrong with your friend? Show him to me.
So Brannik will kind of like biting back, sarcastic response. Do you think you can help?
Well, might know a spell that could make him not look like a kobold, but I'm afraid a kobold is a kobold.
Akalos, you dick.
It's not that one. Yeah, another companion. The runner told you Netherese magic was involved. Yes.
Yeah, he said something of the sort, and that's why I was willing to give him at least an object. I can spy from it and help you from here.
Well, then we will take it to him and hope he can help. Thank you. And Brannik will kind of turn towards the others and kind of holding up the ball. We should you know head back to Crintus and Dzaan.
On the road again?
Let me get a D100 from you, Brannik. So when you all get back, you are going to find the two still on the road. Most of the weather has kind of begun to clear up by the time you're coming around to them. But as you get closer and closer and kind of into view, you are going to hear kind of still a ways from them, and there's still plenty of like actual like roar from the wind in this point, and you'll kind of hear like across the actual. Oh, I watched this one burn. He's dead. That's his problem. Everything solved? But you still need me.
If he was dead, I wouldn't be coming to you. Netherese magic brought him back, and we're hoping to prolong the that non-dead state.
Make an arcana for me at advantage. That's very interesting. Ooh. Yes. Give him this object. I will bring him here.
I like how you rolled 2 27s.
The second number is always just a taunt. Only every once in a while do you get that sweet, sweet one in the optional.
Oh God.
So he'll kind of ask for you to hand the object over to Dzaan. And basically, once you go over to it, Dzaan is just going to disappear. And the object as well, like the little ceramic ball, is going to disappear as well.
Okay, so yeah, so when Brannik hands it over, not really sure. Like he was almost like, do I feed it to him? What exactly? But once they disappear, he's gonna kind of look towards Felixus because Felixus has also been to a lot to the Wizard's Tower, and I believe Felixus kind of was subject to one of his tricks.
Don't get to me.
Suggest that
That was see that.
Brannik will suggest that we head back to Akelos' tower if we can. What
So,
happened? Actually, sorry, I should say, like when Dzaan disappeared, what happened to Crintus?
so when Dzaan disappears, Krintas, all of a sudden no longer burdened by the weight of Dzaan, is going to look to you all, and you're going to see as he kind of is going to glow with a sort of purple aura, and he is going to look to you. What have you done to my master?
We are hoping to aid him. We will follow up with Akelos.
So this is where you're pretty good at giving me straight answers. I want you to roll a persuasion if you're being honest. I want you to roll a deception if this is more, if you're more important to, if it's more important to you that you get rid of Crintus, I want this to be a deception. If it's more important to you that you help Dzaan, I want you to roll a persuasion.
Okay, yeah, I think Brannik is he's definitely wants to know more about. He thinks Desai might have more information that he hasn't learned yet, and that's kind of the main reason that he's trying to help him.
That's why
So
I couldn't believe you guys didn't want to sit with him at lunch. I was like, you guys don't want to talk to him? I've got this powerful wizard here, and you're like, stay away from us. You're ooey.
That entire situation was just weird. We walked in, nobody knew where they were sitting. Everybody was on the floor. Then we was at tables. We was everywhere.
but so I it'll be a persuasion check, I think, by Brannik.
Did you understand what would happen to my master?
I only thought that Akelos might help him, and that in turn we could help him and you. It meant I was afraid of what you might do if some harm came to him.
His safety and the tower are my charge. And it's going to pause before, after a solid kind of like look to the west, and then he looks to the east, and these towns are not safe for him. And this is like after he kind of like looks back from the east. And I know I am not welcome. I will return to the tower. If you can help him, return him to me.
I give you my word that we will do all we can to return him to you.
If you fail, make her pay. And he's going to look off to the west.
Who? Who is
Her?
she? Oral?
He's going to nod to the name of Arl.
Again, I give you my word. Your enemy is our enemy. And I feel like that's like part persuasion, part deception. I don't know, it's tough.
That's a tough one for sure. I mean, he still is someone who life is something he thirsts for. Well, part of his statement was also that recognition that Dzaan's death was a result of Oral and his fixation on her. Um, but I feel like it's fine for you to continue on with a persuasion on that one. But I'm not even sure how much it matters at this point. Both of those roles for him were super low for him to already kind of be along this line, so I'm not sure how much you could fuck it up with how insubstantial that was. Um, yeah, because I really just don't feel like he's wise enough to know that walking into the outskirts of one town is different than walking into a bordered town. Um, yeah, I think you're actually going to see as his form just kind of blows away with the wind almost before you even finish that thought. And I think you might just gain like a little like wisp on the wind that's I think just that kind of like subtle threat almost of I'll hold your wills against her. And he's just gonna disappear into the wind.
Oh, shit.
I feel like that was about the best way that you guys could handle Krennic. Or Quintus.
Yeah, at the bar, I was just picturing Dzaan dying, and then all of a sudden there's two undead and nobody with the leash.
If anyone can give us some answers to tackle us, so we head to the
So
tower.
you all can return back to the east gate. You're going to find that same runner has like already returned and is going to like second guess like what's been happening with his life as he once again watches you all like come in through the gates. Like essentially kind of like in a deja vu moment of what's going on with time. Uh, Speaker will see you at your leisure. Um, I can't even say it with a straight face. Normally, this would be past her bedtime, but if you require counsel, you can call on her in the night. But perhaps you can see her with tomorrow's rising of the aurora.
Well, it's been a long day's travel for us. Perhaps it would be best to meet on the morrow, and we continue on to Mr. Acolyte or whatever his name is.
Yeah, so like if you guys were actually looking to turn in, the guards could offer you a place in the barracks, effectively right next to the east gate. If you guys want to push forward and go to see what is up with Aklos, you are more than welcome to.
Yeah, I think Brannik's vote would be to try and go see Aklos immediately. Tell the runner that we hope to call on Duvessa, you know, um, first thing tomorrow.
Agreed. Again, though, if the others are wanting to sleep, they are more than welcome to. I definitely want to head over to the wizard.
So, heading to Aklos. When you all arrive here, All right, yeah. If you gotta head out, Alexander, have a wonderful evening here. Hopefully, we will see you next week. And kind of continue on with this little bit of the story here. Not sure if that was an ideal session to have somebody join on. I hope he returns. But the fact that he has to leave right on the dot is kind of disappointing because I was hoping to kind of push forward a little bit still tonight. Is everybody else here? Are you all kind of good for at least a little bit of time? If we go over to 7 o'clock, like just let me know if you do have to go. It's perfectly fine if we end normal time.
Oh no, I'm good to keep going. I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, it's kind of a, again, like I said, like weird session to bring somebody else in, but
Yeah,
no, I'm
all
I'm
right, no
good.
big deal. I really couldn't like change too much stuff up because he hit me up like an hour ahead of time. Um, so it was one of those things. I had what I had for today, and it was one of those things where I was hoping to gather where you all were at with that little recap session, anyways. Because I felt like we're about to walk back into 10 towns, and I'm just like, I don't even know if they know what they know, and if they know what they don't know. Um, so yeah, you all are relatively aware. Akalos's tower is a very weird thing in this place. It is the only place that you will ever really see in 10 towns where there is not snow on the structure. It is a upside down pyramid of sorts in that there's like a 10-foot diameter tower that rises up about 30 feet. And then it's like a 30-foot diameter tower that rises up from there. And then it's like a 40-foot tower that rises up from there. And it just gets wider and wider. And it looks like all kinds of like it's all kinds of like different kind of constructions, not necessarily just like tower. But it very clearly kind of takes place on or takes advantage of expanding real estate as you go higher and higher. And his tower does not make sense for that, as well as the fact that it is one of the few places that has no snow on it. It doesn't collect snow at all, and it seems to be kind of just in another place, which all of you having walked inside kind of gathers that's not necessarily surprising, as the inside is also larger than it appears on the outside. As you walk into this place, you are already inside of like this large room that is probably 30 or 50 feet in any given direction. It is stacked well above your heads with like books and just shit. Not actual shit, but like random trinkets and things. There are storage cabinets and all kinds of stuff just everywhere. Very much kind of that Harry Potter, like just scattering of stuff, and it's like the magic is holding it together. But you guys can approach and head on inside the tower itself. Um, and I think upon entering, you would probably hear the voice of Akalos as he kind of calls to you. And you're just going to hear from within, "Yeah, over here in the den. Uh, oh, well, um, and there's just going to be kind of like a shuffling of things until, without really moving, you are going to find yourselves kind of at a little stairway down, and it's just kind of like two little stairs. For Felixus, it's probably about a foot tall, but for everybody else, it's hardly really even like a step down. And you're just like basically like all of a sudden, this room is going to change shape to where you see that same little tiny old man who's kind of like craned over, and he is like looking into Dzaan's eyes as Dzaan is reclined onto kind of like a sofa. And you can see like liquid kind of coalescing on the ground beneath this little settee. And when he kind of like shuffles these things around, he's just going to stand and approach you all, and your friend is more ill. Great magic is certainly keeping him alive. Are you aware he's a simulacrum?
A what?
He's snow, mud, and fingernails. Little bit of hair.
We were told that the magic that brought him back, we were under the impression that it would be permanent.
It sounds like he's a golem, kind of, I guess.
He is a construct of sorts. I think you'll find golems will tend to be a little bit more of the mundane world, animated, whereas he is far more a creation of the real Dzaan, given physical form.
And in your estimable opinion, should something have happened to the creator of this simulacrum, what would be the result for Dzaan here?
Oh, the real Dzaan is dead. I watched him burn. He was put to death by the people of East Haven. Um, some 10 days ago. It was a brilliant bonfire, if you were able to see it. It was quite bright. It was quite nice to see. Many people had. Um, your friend, if you call him a friend, is still dead. The magic is failing him. It is quite remarkable. He seems to have neared human. It seems almost as if this is a copy of his soul, but I'm afraid I don't foresee him living past dawn.
Is there not a way to complete the transformation to ensure his copy of his soul becomes real?
Without having access to the power of the Netherrail, I can't say. But from what I can tell, I think you botched things up in the process before. I think all the damage has been done. And it's just going to pat the two of you on like each shoulder. And he's gonna look to Jinbao and he's just gonna like kind of nod. Um, More or less, like Jinbao, he's got more respect for you because you don't dabble in magic. Whereas like the two of them, he is definitely talking shit to them, like as he kind of like pats their shoulders.
Be that as it may, is there not some way to return his body to the spine or the not the Shire, but the Spire?
I'm sure the Nether will use teleportation circles, and if I knew the locations, that would be a quick enough way to travel to the city. But as I understand, the city has lost the spire, and the two are separated. I don't assume that you saw a teleportation circle within the spire.
No, but we did have this medallion. I don't know who's carrying it because can we see the medallion with the three moons on it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as you kind of like show it to him, as long as the person who's holding it is not explicitly trying to like not show it to him once you bring it up. Um, I think you'll see Akalos kind of like look at it for a few moments, and it seems to be a control amulet. Perhaps very useful, but it won't help us travel there. I'm afraid the extents of the magic it's my control are to bring things to me, or I have to know the teleportation circle where I would like to go.
Nicholas, can you imagine the secrets that are held in this man's head? Are you certain there's nothing that could be done?
I think you might be giving the Fae a little bit more credit than they are worth. But, I must admit, I feel like they rashly destroyed Dzaan.
Hey, does Brannik know about the Fae?
You can roll a history check. Otherwise, realistically, yeah, the two of you with history also have Arcana. Um, yeah, that's still good enough. I think that is perfectly acceptable. You might be limited in what you know about the Fae, but I think most anybody who appreciates magic is well aware that they are a magocracy. And among other things, they are users of undead, in that when you control undead, they don't ask questions. Once you have control of them, they serve your will. So I don't think any of that would be terribly surprising to you, to recognize that while he doesn't wear the traditional garb of the Fae, I think you are aware enough that he was a member of the Arcane Brotherhood. So it would kind of like be a little connecting of the dots before you're like, okay, so this is a wizard of Fae descent who gave up their ways in joining the Arcane Brotherhood, and then has since come here searching for the Netheries. So it's almost like somebody who's just power hungry. They'll use the Fae, they'll use the Arcane Brotherhood, and they'll use the Netheril. There's perhaps little that I can do to prolong his life, but were you willing to sacrifice your own, we might be able to tether him to life.
Sacrifice my life for his. Is that what you're saying?
Well, perhaps not all of it, but it might. I don't really dabble in it often enough to know. It's risky. You can see just like a vile little smile on his head, where like he's pretty much talking about magic that he doesn't know, like what will happen, but he'll fucks with it.
Yeah, I
When it's
think
at the
that would be a
cost
good
of
idea.
your life, he's down to gamble with that.
I have no intention of giving up my own life for his. But are you, again, the secrets, the knowledge that is there no way to preserve it?
What did you have in mind?
But I was saying that doesn't sound like it'd be a good idea to try to do that
Gotcha.
since he has no idea what he's doing.
So effectively what I'm telling you guys here, like mechanically, um, technically, uh, before having Alexander join, we were going to start off with the death of Dzaan. he lived for 24 hours is basically what you guys rolled before he turned back into a snowball and died. The way things have developed because Alexander joined, we've kind of gotten to this point, and this is more or less where I would say, like, to me, rule of cool, I like the idea of what are you willing to give up to keep Dzaan alive? Um, on some level, he's saying risking your life force is perhaps the cost that might keep Dzaan alive. But in the long run, me, the DM, Jared, is asking you, what are you willing to give up to keep Dzaan alive?
If I were to give up some piece of my life, would I learn what he knows?
You might find that you have a follower stuck in your head for the rest of your life. You may find that he becomes you, and you are lost to the nine hells. Who knows? But you may keep him alive for your friends to ask the questions of.
But I would learn what he knows.
It's hard to say, but you may. They would be more likely to.
I know little of the arcane ways, but surely seems too much of a risk for a possible chance. A possible chance.
But it could work. I could learn what he knows. Still be myself, more or less. See, like Brannik is kind of like completely ignoring like Lucian Bao and Felix at this point. He's like he's completely almost enamored with this idea of learning new knowledge. Like he's almost like he's entranced.
So, as far as that moment goes, I am tempted not to push beyond this idea of that like last moment where you guys have with Dzaan and Akalos. One thing that as far as things go, while he is thinking about that, Velixis, this is a perfectly fine time to recognize that Aklos is definitely one of the sources of knowledge that is likely to understand who Levistus is. Otherwise, you all, I'm pretty sure you all are aware enough that that Levistus is one of the gods of the nine hells, and the temple to the Morning Lord is the other place that you could go for that knowledge. My audio may be going out again, but that was all broken out. Is it me?
No, that was him.
All right, yeah, that was very broken up, Rashad. Can you try saying that again? He like left roll 20 right as I said it in roll 20.
He might be refreshing. Looking around the shop, are there things for sale, or is it just a hodgepodge collection of his workspace?
Hey,
To any given eye, this is just like the home of a hoarder. As far as the group overall would recognize, this has actually been one of the places that you all have done more trading than not. He was one of the few people who has bought gems from people. He's more or less a business. Yeah, Rashad, can you hear me? If you type into Discord, I can at least respond to you via that. But on some level, Liu Bao should recognize that like Akalos is also a place that you could potentially buy and trade. Yeah, so Felixus, you would understand that Akalos is a source of magical knowledge, and this would certainly be a place that you could find that answer. But also recognizing Levistus as one of the gods of the Nine Hells, you would know that the other place to go for that information is the House of the Morning Lord. What were you interested in with Liu Bao?
Just to look around and see what we can see. But I know we have a couple items that we wanted to have looked at.
Yeah, like looking around his shop is not something that's going to make any sense to you.
Gotcha.
This place definitely is like a hoarder's hell. Again, like for both of you who are almost 6 feet tall, pretty much all of these like stacks of shit around you is probably 7 feet tall. The cleanest place that you've been brought to is when the place basically like almost took a new shape and like moved you into the den in kind of like a weird little moment where it seemed like the building moved to get you guys into the right place rather than him telling you all how to walk to where he was. So, Felixus, if you can still hear me, how would you ask about Levistus? Are you just going to yell out to Akalos like Levistus? If there's one great thing that Mean Girls brought to the world, it's word vomit. All right, I feel like he's kind of rebooting there. Yeah, I feel like I'll have to create some kind of crazy table. If that like appeals to you, Justin. I'll have to keep up with you during the week to see where you're thinking with Brannik here.
yeah, I mean, Brannik is a gambler, and he's thinking,
Yeah, hear me now.
hey,
Yep, that sounds good.
yep, hear you.
All right, yeah. So start acting.
And he's gone.
No, I must go start acting. That's all it was. But I'm back now.
Gotcha. So how did you want to ask about Levistus?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I kind of lost on how to ask about him.
Gotcha. So while you think about that, did you want to continue with that thought about Brennick being a gambler, that it's like appealing? Or are you still kind of like the player Justin contemplating like how much do I care about Dzaan?
Yeah, I mean, Brannik. I mean, the reason Brannik brought, it was thinking we bring this on back is he's interested in the knowledge that he has, and Brannik is a gambler, and he's obviously there's a risk, and it's clear that there's a risk. but if this weird ritual, if he could somehow absorb the knowledge of this of Dzaan, giving him a piece of his soul. He's not very devout, Yeah, what's the piece? The risk is high, the reward is high. I think he would feel like he would go for it. Yeah, I feel like he would go for it.
So, roll. I don't even know what to put this behind. And I don't want to go for my second thought of not making it a d20, so you can't do your arcane dice. But I feel like for one, let me have you roll 2 dice to see what kind of manipulation you have to effectively to perhaps. I feel like it almost has to be kind of an arcana. It's the kind of like I want to see how much this should cost you. But I think roll your 2. I can't even think what they are offhand. The arcane dice, like you're seeing the future portents.
Oh, yeah. So I rolled the last before we
Okay,
got
yeah, that
into it.
was for this day. Yeah, I got you. Are those every day at dawn? Is that when they reset for you?
Yeah. I
Is
didn't I
that the
didn't
5 and the
re-roll
14?
Yep, those are the most recent ones. Yep.
Gotcha. No, I mean that might be. So you can roll an arcana, and that's where you can decide like do you want to take a 14 or roll and potentially get a 15 or higher.
I might use some of my inspiration on this one. Yeah, I'm gonna. Did I what do you have my inspiration as? Because I feel like maybe I burned some the last time and I might not have knocked them off.
I don't know for sure. I've got you at 15, and I feel like I'm usually pretty good at keeping track of those. I think you
Okay.
burned a bunch off of Jarek on Sunday.
That's right. Okay, so I have 16, and that's the 15 plus the one from today from the story dice. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use uh I'll use 5 to make it an 18.
Yeah, I think you probably did not burn all of what you used last week. You might have used some on Brannik, but it probably wasn't that many. Because I think I gave you like 3 or 4 today for part of like how you were giving stuff. So you probably did a little bit of manipulation last week. But how many did you say you wanted to burn?
So I'm back down to 9, so I used 5 to make it an 18 Arcana check.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep you at 10. That'll put it at an 18. I am going to require some things that I don't have on hand. But they are simpler needs. I feel like if you could cure some things from the black iron blades, I'll need. The voice is rough in my throat. I'll need a few bits of iron to hold beakers and such. Perhaps to make a little bit of reinforcement. Let's be you there. And he's gonna look over to Jinbao. And he's going to kind of like take like a oh man, just a random kind of trinket that he sees like on the side, and he's going to hand it to you, and he's just going to say, would you mind running off to the Black Iron Blades?
I take it I can. Well, this is where we met the first time, wasn't it?
What's that? Like at the Black Iron Blades?
Well, no, Bryn Shander. I think when I joined the party, it was in Bryn Shander.
I feel like you all were. Oh yeah, I
We're
always
in the
know
woods.
about the actual prison. I'm not sure. You might have started in Bryn Shander and gone like directly to the prison, like off in the North Wastes. But
Yes, that's what it was. All right. Well, if I don't know my way, I'll ask for directions. And what is it you require?
if you would be so kind, then you can simply take this little trinket here, and he's just going to hand you. It's just a little figurine, like of a polar bear, and it seems to be made of ice. And be so kind as to take this to Garn and place it in his hands. That will do.
I'll take the figurine and head off for the Black Iron Braid.
So he's just going to send you off on this little quest. When you go to the Black Iron Blades, it's going to be a very similar situation as to when Brannik took the actual little ceramic ball. And when you hand this little like frozen polar bear to Garn, kind of like knocking on the doors, kind of waking him up. He's gonna come down from upstairs. And you're just gonna hear the voice of Akalos kind of like screaming at this like sleeping man, and it's simply going to say, "Oh God, if you would be so kind, could you bring a couple of your hammers and maybe about 40 or so pounds of iron to the tower? I'll have a forge waiting for you. I can use your service. It's very urgent indeed." And then the polar bear is gonna go silent, and you're just going to see Garn kind of like surprised, sad, and also somewhat recognizing like this is a part of how Aklos operates. And he'll kind of gather up a few things before returning with you. In the meantime, I think we are going to have Aklos reshaping the room. I think he is going to clear away kind of this cluttered room to where you all are almost in kind of like a laboratory of sorts. You're going to see now that there is a stairwell down as well as a stairwell up along kind of the western side. And they're like almost spiraling, but it's kind of like a weird, like almost like non-geometric shape where these things seem to give the idea that he's taken you to an upper level of sorts. It is much cleaner in here. Everything seems to be a little bit more kind of prepared, and there are two beds right next to each other, one of which will have Dzaan on the bed, and the other one that he will prepare for Brannik. Um, and I think I want to take a quick little 5-minute break to decide what random things can happen by this spell being cast. And then we come back, we'll cast the spell, and we'll end there. So I'd say, like, let's take 5 quick minutes here. Let me get this prepared, and everybody come back around.
Sounds good to me.
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
I feel like But it should have just held.
Brannik is going to come out of this really well or really, really badly. But I feel like he would. This is the chance he's going to take. So
Yeah, I feel Jim Bao would just talk to him one more time and to think about the consequences. This is beyond my realm of understanding, and you've been a good companion. I'd hate to see
any
avarice
idea what
undo you.
what I could learn from this if it works?
We
Nothing
all
you
mu-
can learn from reading a good book, I'm sure, if you find the right one. But I mean, come on, you're talking about a piece of your soul here.
ultimately we all
Oh,
must walk our own paths. I understand.
what is a soul?
I think this is fucking awesome.
It's the thing that's keeping your body currently animated right now.
Liu Bao would say that there are some who believe that there is no deity, there is no such thing as a soul. There is existence and non-existence, and they are two sides of the same coin.
Phyllis is kind of just leans against the wall and goes on, and she kind of like makes a gesture with her left hand, like pointing. So, What are we gonna do if this fails? What are we gonna do if this just tears your soul to pieces and you're gone? What would you have learned aside from the fact that you made a stupid mistake? For what? A few extra words of knowledge? Something you could have learned simply from possibly finding him his spell book and him fixing himself? What? It's clear, yes, Aquila is a powerful wizard, but it's also clear he has made it clear that he has no idea about the realm of magic that he's about to dwell in, and you are willing to take that chance.
One cannot gain one cannot gain greatness without risking much. All of my travels have brought me to this.
Let me steal you away from in-character talk here.
All
I'm
right,
curious if you have any cool ideas here for this, Justin. So, right now, I have these options for you. And at this point, you don't really get a choice to kind of back out of this. Like, on some level, Brannik is going forward with this.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
put yourself into this. So, we're going to have you do two different roles: what happens to Dzaan, and then what the cost is for Brannik. So, right now, I've got 5 options for each, in what I think are the good, the like kind of neutral, and the oh shit, I really wish that didn't happen options. And there's 5 of each. So I have one option, you're gonna get a brain in the vat, which is basically you can carry around Dazan's consciousness. Another option is you're gonna get a Dazan familiar. Another option is Dzaan shared consciousness, which would basically come with like madness because you would be like two consciousnesses in the same head. Then another one would be Dzaan fighting for consciousness, where there is a potential that at any given time you would have to kind of role play as Dzaan more than you would role play as Brannik. And then the final one is probably going to be the least of them, and that is an actual rekindling of Dzaan as a simulacrum. Can you think of any other ways to treat Dzaan's body into the future or his consciousness into the future?
I guess essentially that Dzaan takes over Brannick's body.
That's where the fighting for consciousness would be. I'm not gonna do it as like an automatically he becomes you, but on some level it would kind of be a downward, like it would be an ever downward slope of once he gains control, it becomes easier for him to control you and more difficult for you to gain control of your body again.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean those seem like the main options. Yeah.
And then the costs for you that I can imagine at hand. Same idea. It's five. These aren't necessarily in like the order of like good to bad, but they're kind of like the order that I have like in mind of what some of these costs would be. -1 to all of your stats, -1 Constitution, -2 Constitution, minus a D6 hit points, or minus a D20 hit points.
Yeah, I mean, Brannik knows the risks, but he's willing to take the chance for the knowledge.
Are those
Again,
permanent debuffs?
I think
I'm
he's. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Rashad.
I was saying I was sorry because I interrupted you. Continue.
Gotcha.
No, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, like, yeah. I mean, Brannik he's power hungry, and he wants the risk is worth the reward. So yeah. I mean, in terms of risks, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the greater, I guess, the most terrible risk, I guess, would be that he essentially loses his soul and he becomes essentially Dzaan takes him over, but he's willing to risk that as well.
Yeah, I think that would be hilarious to watch you roleplay as well.
it would be funny. I mean, I don't know how Dzaan would be. But yeah, no, I'm good with all those risks. So like out of character and in character. So I just feel like it's something Brannick would. I mean, the opportunity to potentially learn some of these, secrets or whatever. Even if he didn't actually learn any of these secrets, but the possibility that it's just so tantalizing that he'd have to take that risk.
All right, so I think I have this all set.
And add a character, don't worry, I got a whole nother backup character all set. So
I don't want to kill any more characters.
How many have we lost this campaign?
I mean, there was an entire like starting group that all TPPK'd at like level 2 or 3. So
Wait, no, this is my first character starting with y'all. I haven't lost Felix's yet, and I think I was part of that first group.
no, that was definitely before you.
Oh shit!
They TPPK'd going after the moose in Lonelywood. Um, Probably like 4 to 6 weeks into the game. I feel like it was still pretty early in the campaign. And they went after the moose and they got the banshee, and pretty much most of the group didn't have enough hit points to save against the banshee's wail. And most of the group did not save against the banshee's wail. So it was one quick TPPK, everybody was dead.
Damn.
I think we were fleeing, and I think it was Etor or the paladin decided to, it's like trying to like, oh, we should face this, and then we stopped, and then we all died.
I'm like describing, you all have a strong sense that you should run the fuck away.
Yeah, and not Brannick, but whoever my character was like, we need to flee, we need to flee. And the one character was like, no, we should stop and face this. And then Brannik was like, trying to convince him, and then that one round was like, oh shit, she's here, and then we all died.
All right, so I'm gonna post this picture of the actual list and the numbers into Order of the Storm. As far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and roll those dice and see. It's going to be 2D100s. I do reuse my papers, so this kind of looks like shit, but for what it is worth, bam, those are the numbers of what everything will be. So it is a clear, I'm not going to try to fuck with you here. Those are the chances that you have for each of those outcomes. So when you are ready, roll a D100 for what happens to Dzaan, and then the second one will be a D100 for what happens to you.
All
Good
right,
luck.
here goes nothing.
Okay, so these stat losses, are these permanent or are these just temporary?
Oh, that is 100%. This is permanently going to happen to his character.
I love D&D.
You know, the one hit point.
All right, here we go. First D100.
So 46 is you're going to basically keep the simulacrum alive.
All right, second D100.
And 81 is a D20 hit point. So can you please roll a D20? I gotta say, you cannot use your whatchamacallit on that.
You know, I wasn't planning on it.
So you will permanently lose 9 hit points from your hit points rolled. But you essentially now have a Dzaan simulacrum, which I'm not sure if 9 hit points is not an awesome way to benefit from that at way too low of a level.
All right, so mechanically, I should just reduce my rolled hit points by 9, right?
Correct. Yep. You should have 20 rolled hit points at this point. And I think, what is that? 16? No, 18 is your. I think you should have 38 hit points now. Right. Resilient doesn't give you hit points. That's toughness gives you hit points.
Right. Yeah. So she, yeah.
Yep.
So she should essentially just be -9.
Yep. And from now on, you are going to have control of Dzaan as a simulacrum.
Much better than the other way around.
To be honest with you, I thought the brain in the vat would have been, like, to me, the most entertaining. But I think Dzaan as a little tiny familiar would have been pretty fucking amazing.
I was kind of hoping for the brain in the bed just to drive him a little bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
We could call him Abby. Abby Normal.
Yeah, so as far as everything kind of going on here, like, the actual ritual is going to be quite a long process of effectively Akalos is going to, like, start basically giving damn, I should have put down his name. Hor? No, the Hor was the dwarf. Grim? Garn. He's going to give Garn, like, kind of the instructions for some of these things, and he's going to basically create a forge in the side of this room. And most of this ritual is going to go on while Garn is over there kind of like hammering out some of these structures. And effectively, it is going to be the next like 8 hours of your day where he is going to go through the process of essentially creating a few kind of like almost kind of like cybernetic implants, but they are more like connections with the weave between you two. They're going to implant a few like gems into the actual metal. So you're gonna end up kind of having like this little bit of There's a cleric spell that like puts diamonds or like platinum rings and it like links two people together. It's going to be one of those things where you're almost each going to have like this kind of like crown that seems to like link the two of you together. But effectively, what is going to go on here is that life force that is being sapped out of you is going to maintain his life. And I will set it up so you have access to the character of Dzaan, and we will allow him to join your party. And I'll kind of leave it up to you whether you go out of your way to reacquire Krentas or not. But that will be kind of one of the things that you all have in mind. But yeah, and kind of like a night of Frankenstein fun. Akalos is going to turn Brannik and Dzaan into linked figures, and you are going to pretty much instantly see as Dzaan like recovers, like all of his kind of like denigration is going to disappear. His skin is going to kind of like solidify again, where it's no longer like hollow as melting snow. Yeah, it's going to be um kind of like pretty instant insofar as you're going through an 8-hour ritual.